And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. I just been spitting my flows. I just been spitting my flows. I just been ripping these shows, ripping these. Get it, this shit that I know. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. I just been spitting my flows. I just been spitting my flows. I just been ripping these shows, ripping these. Get it, this shit that I know. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. I just been spitting my flows. I just been spitting my flows. I just been ripping these shows, ripping these. Get it, this shit that I know. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. I just been spitting my flows. I just been spitting my flows. I just been ripping these shows, ripping these. Get it, this shit that I know. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. I just been spitting my flows. I just been spitting my flows. I just been ripping these shows, ripping these. Get it, this shit that I know. And I've been thinking about it. Everything getting so shrouded. And I've been thinking about it.
සුබ උදෑසනක් කියලා පිළිගන්නවා අදත් ලයිව් එකට Starship දැන් නැගිට යාළුවනේ ඇමරිකාවේ මෙහි වෙලාව දැන් කීයද පාන්දර 3යි අපිට වෙලාව අපේ ඇරිසෝනා වල වෙලාව මම හිතන්නේ අරහෙට වෙලාව ස්ටාර්බේස් වලට දැන් උදේ 5යි ගන්නත් දුකද පැය දෙකක වෙනසක් තියෙන මේ දැන් නැගිට යාළුවනේ අපි නිදා ගන්න දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ මේගොල්ලෝ රොකට් යනවා පුදුම කාර්යයක් තියෙන බලමු මොකද තියෙන්නේ හරි එහෙනම් තාම මේ ෆියුල් පම්ප් ගන්න පටන් අරගෙන නැහැ මේ දැන් ෆියුල් පම්ප් කරන්න යන වෙලාව අඩුයි නේ හින්දා මේ පාර තා පොඩ්ඩක් ඇයි වෙලා සානේ මේ පාර පැයකට විතර කලින් වගේ තමයි පටන් ගන්න ෆියුල් පම්ප් ගන්න ඊට අමතරව දැන් මේ ෆියුල් ටැන්ක්ස් එහෙම වෝම් අප් වෙලා එන ගමන් තියෙන්නේ බලමු ටීම් ඩොට් මොකද කියන්නේ
milestone. So yeah, propellant load, we're looking good. So that's fantastic. That's what we want to see, is that we see the tank farm moving. And as a matter of fact, I don't know if we can pull up and look at the tank farm right now with the thermal cam, but we can actually see some tank farm stuff. It's funny because with the thermal IR cam, you don't really see anything yet, and especially when you look at the tank there and scanning over, you don't really see anything moving yet, but we will start to see onto the rocket. So you see the minimum right now so far that it sees on screen is 17C, so far above freezing. So yeah, that when it starts loading, don't forget liquid oxygen is like minus 180 degrees Celsius or whatever it is. So we will see that. We will very much see that. So, but yeah, that's what we're going to be waiting on here in the next little bit of time. But let's go backwards. And we are going to read our pre-launch preview. So this thing's going to be hopefully taking off today, which is crazy because I don't know. It always sneaks up on you. You know, we've all been paying attention to this every single day, waiting to see when this is going to fly, and then just thinking like, yeah, this thing's here. We're going to see this thing launch here, hopefully in the next 2 hours. We don't know, you know, we'll wait until that go no go poll to know for sure what the T0 time is. There is a launch window. I've heard conflicting things. I don't know if Discord, if anybody has the exact T0 or the actual launch window. Oh, yes, we do. We have the exact launch window. It goes from 7 a.m. local until 8:50 local. So that is the actual launch window. There are road closures and closures that are later than that in case there's other operations going on and recovery operations or whatever types of things need to happen. But the actual the launch could happen anywhere between 7 a.m. to 8:50 a.m. So that gives you a sense of where we're at here. That's and people asking in Discord, just want to answer this real quick, what's the vapor appearing to come from Starship? There might occasionally be purges and things as they're getting ready to load the rocket. But for the most part, though, what you're seeing is just simply
බූස්ටර් 9 එකට මේ පාර ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් TVC දාන්න නැද්ද කියලා මං හිතන්නේ දාලා තියෙනවා මේ මම අද උදේ බලද්දි දාලා කියලා තිබුණා මේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ තියෙනවා මේ බූස්ටර් 9 එකෙන් 10 එකට යද්දි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒක මාරු කළා කියලා මෑද්ද ගිම්බල් වෙන්න තියෙනවා.
North Beach. I think it's a maybe 1.5 kilometers or 1.6 is about a mile. Yeah, it's a mile. So 1.6, you can't see the rocket from there. And subsequently from here, we are, 5 miles away, 8 kilometers away. We don't have visual on the rocket from here. It's just simply too foggy. This happens this time of year. There's always a fog layer in the morning for the most part. And this is no different, which is why I'm team, please launch this near the end of the launch window, just so we can hopefully see it, because we have all of the tracking assets. We really, really would like to be able to, of course, see this thing.
මේ පාර මේ ඉලෝන් මස්ක් කියලා තියෙනවා අවුරුද්ද ඇතුළත තව ස්ටාර්ෂිප් ෆ්ලයිට් 6ක් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු ඉන්නවා කියලා. මට හිතන හැබැයි මිනිහා කරයි කියලා. මොකද මේ දැන් අනිත් බූස්ටර් ටිකයි ෂිප් එකයි ලයින් අප් එක හරියට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. දැන් ඊට පස්සේ බූස්ටර් 10 එකයි 29 එකයි මම හිතන්නේ එතකොට මේ මෙතනින් මේ version 2 එක ඉවර වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ අලුත් version එකට යන්නේ. මේ අවුරුද්දේ මට හිතෙනවා එන සීන් එකක් වෙයි කියලා. ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක සම්බන්ධයෙන් මොකක් ලොකු upgrades ටිකක් බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි.
Operators on the console and things like that can he actually even be? It's crazy. But yeah, for the most part, the rest of us are stuck here at 5 miles, 8 kilometers away. But Starbase Texas at the orbital launch pad, that's where this is. Payload mass, there is no payload. And where will Starship be going? Starship will be crashing. The upper stage will be belly flopping, hopefully, in one piece, hopefully.
අඩේ කවිෂ්ක දාලා තියෙන කකුල කඩන ලෙඩ ඇඳේ ඉඳන්ලු බලන්න මොකෝ සුද්ද උනේ බයික් එකෙන් වතුනද ඊලොන් ටයිම් හර්ට් ටයිම් ඔව් මේ පාර පට්ටාතල්ල මේ ඕගොල්ලෝ පෙන්නන්නම් මම මේ පාර සීන් එක මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ යන්නේ කියලා අද තමයි launch window එක පළවෙනිව තාඩ ඕපන් වෙන්නේ ඊයේ රෑද කොහෙද හම්බුනේ ෆේ ලයිසන් එක පේනව නේද launch location එක ටෙක්සාස් USA වල තියෙන අපේ එහා පැත්තේ තියෙන්නේ ස්ටේට්ස් දෙකක් එහා පැත්තෙන් තියෙන්නේ එතකොට මේ පාර ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක මේ එච්චර ලොකු සීන් එකක් කරන්නේ නැහැ මං හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ පුළුවන් තරම් රීඑන්ට්‍රි එක බලන්න රීඑන්ට්‍රි එකයි අර මේ ෆියල් ට්‍රාන්ස එකයි බලයි අර ස්පේස් එකේ අභ්‍යවකාශයේදී ඉන්දන හුවමාරුව බලන් ඉන්නවා මේ පාර. ඒක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක්ම කරන් ඉන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්ඩියන් නෝෂන් එකට තමයි මේ ඉන්ඩියන් නෝෂන් එක්වට මේ අපේ ලංකාව ගාවට නෙමෙයි වැටෙන්නේ. මේක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව ආසන්නයෙන් තමයි මේ සොෆ්ට් ලෑන්ඩ් එකක් සිදු කරනවා කියලා කියන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ බූස්ට් එක ගල්ෆ් ඔෆ් මෙක්සිකෝ වලටම තමයි බාන්නේ මේ ඊට පස්සේ මේක සුපර් හෙවි මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් 3 වෙනි ෆ්ලයිට් එක ඊට පස්සේ ස්ටේට් ඔෆ් ටෙක්සාස් වල කරන ලික්විඩ් ෆියුල් රොකට් වල 51 වෙනි ෆ්ලයිට් එක කියලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මේගොල්ලෝ after SpaceX led the investigation, the FAA listed 17 corrective action as a result of the IF-22 mishap. මේකේ මං හිතන්නේ මේ 17 corrective actions කියලා කියන්නේ major updates වලට නැත්තම් මට මතක විදියට ඊට වඩා සීන් එකක් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කරලා තියෙන මේජර්ම අප්ඩේට් එක තමයි මං හිතන්නේ හයිඩ්‍රොලික් TVC වලින් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් TVC වලට මාරු වෙලා තියෙන එක. ඒක ඒගොල්ලෝ කරලා තියෙන්නේ මේ එන්ජින් එකේ බර එහෙම සෑහෙන්න අඩු කරගන්න. මේ මොකද හයිඩ්‍රොලික් සිස්ටම් එකේ එන කම්ප්ලෙක්ස් සංකීර්ණ වැඩි මේ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝගේ ටෙස්ලා එකේ මේ මෝටර් සහ බැටරිස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක මේ දෙගොල්ලෝ ඇෆිලියේට් වෙලා තමයි මේක කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ ෆ්ලයිට් ටර්මිනේෂන් සිස්ටම් එක අප්ග්‍රේඩ් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මොනවද කරලා තියෙන්නේ බලමු. ස්ටේජ් 0 එකෙත් පොඩි කේස් වගේක් කරලා තිබ්බා. මේ පාර මේ ෆියුල් පම්ප් කරන එක සෑහෙන ඉක්මනට කරන්න දාලා තිබ්බා. මේ 1000 of upgrades තමයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ පොඩි වෙනස්කම් සෑහෙන්න කරලා ඇති. මොකද ඉතින් ඔක හෙන්න ලොකු රොකට් එකක්නේ. මේ පොඩිව දහස් ගාණක් සිදු වෙන එක මේ කියන්නේ ඒක සාමාන්‍යයි මම හිතන විදියට. මම මේ FA එකෙන් දැනුම් දීලා තියන්නේ අර මේ ආරක්ෂාව සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගන්න මේ ඕනේ මේ 17ක් මේ තමයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ රොකට් එක සහ පරිසරයට වෙන්න තියෙන හානිය, මිනිසුන්ට වෙන්න තියෙන හානිය අවම කරගන්න. මම කියන්නේ මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට්ස් තමයි. හැබැයි ඒවා මේජර් අප්ග්‍රේඩ්ස් මම හිතන මේ මම කියන්නේ. දැන් පොඩිව කරලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන් ගොඩක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ ලොන්ග් ටර්ම් ගෝල්ස් වලට මම කියන්නේ මේ දැනට මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක පුපුරලා ගියාම සහ ඒ සීන් එකට මේ ආරක්ෂා විදිහට මේජර් අප්ග්‍රේඩ්ස් 17ක් තමයි කියලා තියෙන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ හෝල්ඩ් ඩවුන් ක්ලෑම්ප්ස් ටික ඔක්කොම අලුතෙන් දාලා තියෙනවා කියලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ තව මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? ඊට පස්සේ මේ පාර මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ ස්ටාර්ලින්ක් ඩිෂර්ස් 4ක් දාලා තියෙනවා. ඒ ඉස්සර පළේ අනිත් එකේ තිබ්බ මේ කලින් එකේ තිබ්බ එකයි. මෙහෙට මේ ගොඩක් කියලා යනවාද කියලා හිතනවා. ඔව් සෑහෙන දුරයි. මේ ස්ටේට්ස් දෙකක් එහා පැත්තෙන් ඉන්නේ. මම ඇරිසෝනා වල ඉන්නේ. එතකොට ෂිප් එකේ එහෙන සීන් එකක් කරලා තියෙනවා මේ පාර. ෂිප් එක කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මුළු සුපර් හෙවි බූස්ට් එක කියන්නේ මුළු ස්ටැක් එකේ 158ක් කියලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ තව මොනවද තියෙන්නේ බලමු. මෙතන එක වෙන විදිය මේ පාර ෂිප් එකට ආමිතින් විනාඩි 53කට කලින් තමයි ෂිප් එකට ලික්විඩ් ඔක්සිජන් පම්ප් කරන්න පටන් ගන්න. ඊට පස්සේ විනාඩි 42කට කලින් බූස්ට් එකට ෆියුල් ලෝඩ් අන්ඩර්වේ. විනාඩි 3කට කලින් විනාඩි 3ක් දෙකත් අතර වෙනකොට ෆියුල් පම්ප් කරලා ඉවර වෙනවා. ගැම්මක් තමයි. බලමු මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා.
You have to have a tier under $5 to have a membership gifting available. I think Tim's only tiers 5. Oh, I haven't even touched the tiers. I've had the memberships here for so long that I literally forgot that I have tiers. But I wonder if it would fix if there's additional tiers. That might be a really good idea. Dang. Thank you, Eric, for that's. We will look into that because that would probably absolutely be exactly what it is. Yeah. Let me see if, for some reason, I don't know if my chats are going up on screen, like from.
Raptors to shut down in the last flight. So if they can get past that, I think we've got a very good chance. They've got the excellent experience with Falcon 9. They've got the programmers. They've got the programs that are so reliable now. So yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for that part of it. That's a big thing that I want to see in this flight.
Now, Trevor, what do you think? What do you think the filter got clogged with?
Yeah, so there are kind of two categories. The first could be some solid, like Marcus was saying, and then the other is it could be FOD. I personally think that FOD is quite unlikely. I know SpaceX has had a little bit of a FOD problem historically with these vehicles in Boca, which makes sense.
Oh yeah. Let's see if this works now. No, still
this
don't.
This time 100% success.
Screen, but Chad wants to know what happened to splashing down near Hawaii. We don't know. SpaceX didn't comment on that.
But fuel demonstration එක කරලා මේ අර ස්පේස් එකේදී මේ පාර රැප්ටර් එන්ජින් සායරේ ඉග්නයිට් කරන්න ඉන්නවනේ මං හිතන්නේ ඒක ඒ දෙක කරගත්තොත් ගොඩක් හොඳයි කියලා මං හිතනවා මේ මං හිතන්නේ මේ එවරිඩේ ඇස්ට්‍රොනොට් එකෙත් මේ ටීම් ඩොට් කියලා තිබ්බා ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ කියන්නේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක මොනවා වුණත් අර මේ ප්‍රොපල්සිව් ෆ්ලිප් එකක් කරන්න නෑ කියලා මොකද ප්‍රොපල්සිව් ෆ්ලිප් එකක් කරන්න මේ කියන්නේ එන්න එපයි පොඩ්ඩක් ළඟටම මේ ලෑන්ඩ් කරද්දි මේ එහෙනම් මේගොල්ලෝ එහෙම එකක් මං හිතන්නේ සීන් එක තාම කරලා නෑ මොකද ඒගොල්ලොන්ට ෂුවර් නෑ මං හිතන්නේ මේක හරියට ඇට්මොස්ෆියර් එකකින් ඇතුළට එයිද කියලා
a tiny bit. It's minuscule in the grand scheme of things, but it's enough to like I don't know. So that's one theory. The other theory is just simply it's a lot more remote. There's a lot more wiggle room in that. The reentry corridor is huge in the Indian Ocean where they have it, sectioned off, and it might just be easier to keep that wide open than it is to keep it wide open near Hawaii. That's kind of my main theories. Is like, just gives them more wiggle room, frankly, in all areas. In like reentry corridor, in making sure that it's very much on
a Starship launch attempt in 5 hours.
Yeah, we don't have any actual official comment from SpaceX on this.
You mean tracking what way? එකපාරට ස්ලෝ වෙන. අර මං කිව්වේ එහෙනම් මාරු වෙනවා ඒ ට්‍රැක් එක. එකපාරට එක ආතල් එකකට යනවා. මුල නිකන් අර මේ සයිෆයි එකක් වගේ දීලා. කොපිරයිට් වදින්න දන්නේ නැහැ යාළුවනේ. SpaceX එක මොකද කියන්නේ බලමු අපි 14 hours නේ දාලා තියන්නේ නෑ දාලා තියෙනවා නෑ Falcon 9 එකක් දාලා තියෙන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ හයර් කරනවා කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවා නම් මේ ඇප්ලයි කරන්න මේ සිලෙක්ට් කරලා මටත් කියන්න මේ මට ෂේප් එක එන්න පුළුවන් materials engineer ඉන්නවා ඊට පස්සේ spacecraft integration dragon capsule එකේ telecommunications technician ලා hire කරනවා construction IT infrastructure data center administrator ආතල්ල බලමු අපි සිකන් ජොබ් ටික පෝට නයි යන්න පුළුවන් අනිත් ඒවා නෑ යන්න දෙන්නේ Test Second Engineer. අම්මට කුක් ඉන්නවා. ලයි මේ උයන්ට දන්න කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවා නම් යන්න පුළුවන්. කුක් ඉන්නවා. බලමු. propulsion engineer Merlin thrust chamber එකේ. avionics integration and test technician. IT network engineer. Network operations technician Starship. Top secret clearance. Nice. මොකක්ද දන්නේ එක සීන් එක? අයියෝ මං එබුවනේ. ආ නෑ හරි වෙන එකට ගියා. Detect and triangle emergent anomalies on satellites, ground stations, network interrupt, terrestrial network interconnections, network co-location. 1+ years අඩෝ ඩිග්‍රී එකක් ඕනේ නැහැ කියන්නේ. හරිනේ ටෙක්නීෂියන් ඉතින් ඉංජිනේර නෙමෙයි. drone ship recovery engineer. ඔව් කවුද දන්නේ කවදා හරි අඟහරුවට උයන්න ගෙනිච්චොත් එයා කියන්න බෑ මොන වගේ chance කරගේද කියලා. basic college bachelor's degree in engineering computer science or physics. මේ ෆිසික්ස් වලින් මේ ෆිසික්ස් ඩිග්‍රීස් කරලා තියෙන ඩයල් මු ගන්න මේ ඉලෝන් මස්ක් පට්ට ආසයි ෆිසික්ස් වලට. මේ ඉලෝන් මස්ක් කාර්යයත් ෆිසික්ස් වලින් තමයි මේ සීනියර් බෑලා දෙන්නේ. තව චෙෆ් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. how about weather බලමු අපි weather එක නවත්තලා නෑනේ.
Acceleration, I think it's pretty much always going to be within line of a ground tracking station. So once we get that pulled up, I can kind of give you a sense of how it's flying. It's it just barely threads the
මට උදේ ලෙක්චර්ස් උත් තියෙනවා යාළුවනේ. මේ උදේ නැගිටගෙන පිස්සු කෙලුවාට
lean into SpaceX's own Starlink satellite system for not just like some data, for like all of the data. They actually, can prioritize the vehicle and make sure that they have, all the data, even for camera views and all these things. So I am expecting, I don't know why on the first flight we didn't see, any camera views from Starship. I am expecting that this time, and mostly in the fact that it went from 1 Starlink dish to 4. And so maybe it's just a redundancy thing that they're like, hey, we want to make sure we have really good.
Fog එක තියෙන්නේ ටැග් මේ fuel tanks වලින් එන fog එක නේ. නතු මේ පේන්නේ නැති weather එකේ scene යන්නේ මේ මම හිතන්නේ.
My thought. So yeah. Let's see. Tim Van Cirksum, thank you for the super chat asking, unrelated to Starship, but do you think SpaceX would ever do an Orion drive-esque nuclear rocket? Or would you make a video on it? I do need to make just a video on nuclear rockets in general. There are a few type, and yeah, the Orion drive is basically where you drop a bomb out the back of the rocket and like just ignite it while like having kind of a cup almost and like a plunger on like on a pogo stick to make sure that you're accelerating the rocket after every single nuclear blast. It's frankly ridiculous. But it would work. It absolutely would work. It's hard to imagine how you can do that.
It chat එකේ දාපු මේ message read tractor කියලා.
And to smooth that out. But
delete කරා කියලා.
I mean all those things, anything like that where it's like yes, it's physically possible. At what point will that be considered an easier way to get from point A?
බ්ලොක් කරන්නේ වට සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැහැ අප්පා. පස්සේ එකක් කරනවා. මේ මම මුලදී ඇවිල්ලා මේ කරා ඒක ඇල්ලුවේ අල්ලලා ගියේ නෑ.
Yeah, if we're doing constant human flights between here and Jupiter or something, sure, maybe. There's an asteroid out for some reason randomly that's made out of the most expensive material in the world, which I think is snake venom or something. Like if I remember right, it's something super obscure that's actually like the most valuable thing is some some weird thing. I can't think off the top of my head what it actually is.
මේ මුගේ චැට් එකේ පට්ට ප්‍රශ්න ටිකක් කරනවා උත්තර දෙන්නේ. මේ මේක එක කහලා දෙන at what wind speed does this have a significant influence on a fully fueled Starship when taking off?
Going to Mars, like, I don't know. You know, you think about Mars. I think a traditional thermonuclear drive would be a huge upgrade over. You know, we're talking about that maybe could cut the transit time almost in half compared to conventional chemical rockets, because you have such a high ISP. You can, you know, burn a little bit, get a little more velocity. Therefore, requires then you're going faster when you approach Mars. So now you have a higher reentry speed and all these things. But some of those things can be mitigated in it.
Bokajiga waking up to
Holy shit!
Oh shit. Ammo tank farming.
We are 3 hours 18 minutes away, right? If you think at when propellant load begins, it is 53 minutes or 52. I think it is for the ship.
යාළුවනේ 800 subscribers වෙලා තිබ්බා උන් උදේ බලද්දි කවුරු හරි unsubscribe කරලා තිබුණා. unsubscribe කරන්න එපා. unsubscribe කරන්න එපා. subscribe විතරක් කරන්න.
18 minutes away, right?
අපි subscribers ලා බලාගෙන මේව කරන්නේ නැහැ ආන්දුවනේ. නෑ නෑ
it is 53 minutes or 52. I think it is for the ship.
මලින් දලහකෝන් අයියා ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා අම්බෝ ලෙජන්ඩ් තමයි හලෝ මලින්ද අයියේ මේ මලින්ද අයියා ඇත්තට මලින්ද අයියලා හින්දා තමයි මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් ගැන අපි හොයන්න ගත්තේ මේ නැත්නම් රොකට් ගැන දන්නේවත් නැහැ අපි ඉස්සර මේ thank you මලින්ද අයියේ ආවට මේ මලින්ද අද මොකද හිතන්නේ මේ අද ටෙස්ට් ෆ්ලයිට් එක කරගන්න පුළුවන් වේද මං කියන්නේ මේ ලොන්ච් කරගන්න පුළුවන් වේද කියන එක නෙමෙයි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මයිල්ස්ටෝන්ස් ටික ඇචීව් කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා මලින්ද හිතනවා මලින්ද අයියා ඉස්සර මේ YouTube එකේ වීඩියෝස් දාද්දි කියනවා මේ හැමෝම හැරගෙන බලන් ඉන්නවා එහෙම කියලා ඒතකොට කියද්දි ආසයි අපිට ඉස්සර මන්න ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක ගැන ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ඇහුවෙත් මලින්ද අයියාගේ ටෙක් ටෙක් ෂෝ එකේ මාත් ඒක තමයි කිව්වේ මේ මලින්ද එතකොට හිතන්නේ නැද්ද මේ පාර අර මේ ෆියුල් ඩෙමොන්ස්ට්‍රේෂන් එක කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා හිතන්නේ නැද්ද ෆියුල් ඩෙමොන්ස්ට්‍රේෂන් එකයි ස්පේස් රීග්නයිට් එකයි කරනවනේ මේ පාර රැප්ට් එන්ජින්ස් වල මට හිතෙනවා ෆියුල් ඩෙමොන්ස්ට්‍රේෂන් එක කරගත්තොත් මම හිතනවා ඒක ලොකු ඇචීව්මන්ට් එකක් කියලා
Let's
T-1 hour 20.
Let's get to the next one here. And the next comment comes from Brandon Hurd says, when do you think
තැංක යූ මලින්ද එයට ආවට බලන්න පට්ටම සතුට ඒකටන උග කාලෙකින් සතුට හිතුණ
last little, 100 meters. Oh, that's cool. You can see the actual gateway to Mars. That is really cool. That is lit up right now, and that'll be cool as it transitions into daylight, where we actually see kind of the context of that. That looks so funny right now, like just floating, just. Oh, that's from one of our trackers. I thought that was. Holy cow! That's one of our tracking telescopes. They can see that clearly this morning. That's fantastic. That's really good news.
With things, what if SpaceX have installed this versus this, and how that would actually stop the fluids from, rising so rapidly and things like that. There's lots of ways to do it, so it'll be interesting to see.
Exactly.
I wish we knew more about
that is exactly what I was talking
they've
about.
done inside this booster.
ඒ තුන would be ඒක තමයි ඒ තුන ලේසි තමයි මටත් හිතෙනවා මේ පාර තමයි එතරම් මේ පේලෝඩ් බේඩෝර එක ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ඕපන් කරන්න යන්නේ මේ නැත්තම් කලින් Starship flights වල ඒක වෙල්ඩ් කරලා තිබ්බ එක මේ ඕපන් කරන්න බැරි විදියට කලින් Starship flights එකේම මේ පාර මේක ඕපන් කරන්න යනවා ඒක අපිට බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ පාර කියලා අපි හිතනවා
Let's see. So we got a couple of $2 super chats in there from I am Spaghetti, Mike G,
Azimuth and Azimuth and elevation. I didn't want that. I have pan and tilt on the Everyday Astronaut one. So that ain't me. Azimuth and elevation are the other two that are the same things. But basically you have these rate dials and you basically just like start spinning them and you're trying to match the rate of, as the camera's pointing up, you're trying to match its rate to the rate of the rocket. So there is still a little joystick to drive it around. But for the most part, it's just some dials, which is crazy. Actually, I did
orbital launch mount event එක තාම ස්ටාර්ට් මේ කියන්නේ event එක ස්ටාර්ට් වෙයි event එක ස්ටාර්ට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මේ ඒක මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මේ මම අයියර දාලා තිබ්බේ මේක මම ඉස්සලා පෙන්නුනේ මේ තේ ටැංක් ෆාම් එකේ
and at that point it's 100 kilometers away from you or more.
ලංකාවට දවල් නී වෙලාව මේ ලංකාවේ අය හැරන්නේ නැහැ
the little tiny fine tuning. When you're trying to do that on a joystick, your little tiny motions are huge, so those little bits. So here is us using that tracker. You're dialing it in and we were matching the rate of the moon. So the moon, obviously, if you have a stationary telescope, you watch the moon go through your scope pretty quickly. And this looks like a still image almost, but that's how precisely we were able to literally dial back the rate of the scope and track the moon live the other night. This will be game-changing for a rocket. And in a rocket, yes, it's accelerating. Yes, it's increasing acceleration, but it's very gradual and very consistent. So we'll dial in those rates and be able to just literally match the rocket as it climbs. And as long as our rates are right, you'll just get the smoothest, most buttery, silky smooth tracking footage you will have ever seen, and I'm really, really excited about that. As well as, of course, we've had some major
there's a 12 point, I think 12.5 our difference between US and Sri Lanka. I mean Arizona and Sri Lanka.
Let's see. Gosh.
අපිට උදේ අපිට පාන්දර 3:36යි මම හිතන්නේ මෙහෙට වෙලාව ස්ටාබේස් වලට වෙලාව පාන්දර 5:36 පැය දෙකක වෙනසක් තියෙන අපිට ඒගොල්ලොන්ට. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඉන්නේ මැප් එකේ වම් අත පැත්තේ කොනේ ටෙක්සාස් තියෙන්නේ දකුණු අත පැත්තේ කොනේ. අපිට ස්ටේට්ස් දෙකක් එහා පැත්තෙන් ටෙක්සාස් තියෙනවා.
Not a traditional aerospace program. It is an iterative process. So I'm looking for milestones. For me, I'm going, oh man, imagine when the next if the next one is actually going into orbit and deploying a payload, great milestone. This one I'm looking at, imagine if this one makes it all the way through all the burns, does its 3 objectives of opening the payload door, transferring fuel.
SpaceX official website එකේ live stream එක දානවා. මේ X එකෙත් දානවානේ. X එකෙන් බලමුනේ. දෙකේම එකට වෙන්නේ නැති පටන් ගන්න. මම හිතන්නේ ගිය පාර ඒගොල්ලෝ පටන් ගත්තේ විනාඩි 50කට කලින්ද කොහෙද? 50කටද? නෑ 50කට කලින් පටන් ගත්තා නේද? ගිය පාර බොඩි එකපාරට මේ නවත්තලා එකපාරට පටන් ගත්තනේ. ඒකෙන් අර පොඩක් පරක්කු වුණ සීන් එකක් උනේ මට මතකයි. විනාඩි 40 න්ද පටන් ගත්තා. මතක නෑ. අමිදින් 4:26ට පටන් ගන්නෙ. Starting March 14, 4:26. Yeah. Hey, thanks මේ තරිදු එදිරි සිංහ දාලා තිබ්බේ. මං එයා කිව්වේ නැත්තම් බලන්නේ නැහැ අතට. මේකෙත් හැබැයි X එකේ දාලා තිබ්බනේ. මේ තියෙන X එකේ මට මතක විදියට ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ ලයිව් එකක් කලින් දාලා තිබ්බා. තිහකට කලින් පටන් ගත්ත කියලා දාලා තියෙනවා. 30කට කලින් පටන් ගත්තා කියන්නේ පටන් ගන්න නැහැ. මට මොකක් කර මිස්සලා?
Missing heat shield tiles. My guess is yes. Yes, it can survive missing heat shield tiles. Could it? I think it could survive missing a lot of heat shield tiles, frankly, because stainless steel has a lot higher melting point than aluminum. The space shuttle was an aluminum airframe. Buran was an aluminum airframe. Both of those, Buran was missing a lot of heat shield tiles when it flew, and it came back in one piece.
IFT2 මම බය වුණා සිරාට.
Stainless steel just has a lot higher capability than aluminum by a lot. So I think it'd be fine if it's missing a handful. I think there are some spots though where it'd be more critical, and I think if there's a large spot, missing like, I'm making up a number, 20 in a row in one specific spot. Yeah, that could be
30 minutes
burn through. But little spots, I'm not that worried, honestly. We'll see. I doubt this thing in its current iteration is going to make it into space with all of the heat shield tiles intact. Let's be honest. But who knows? And hopefully we find out today.
මලින්ද ඉන්නේ එකේ පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා අහන්නද මම මේකේ මේ පාර හයිඩ්‍රොලික් TVC එකකින් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් TVC එකට ගියපු එක මේ හොඳයි. ඒක මේ බර අඩු කරගන්න සහ ඒ කම්ප්ලෙක්සිටි එක අඩු කරගන්න තමයි මේ තව මේ ඒකෙන් අර එන්ජින් ගාව ගිනි ගන්න එකත් අඩු වෙනවද කියලා තමයි මට අහන්න තියෙන්නේ ප්‍රශ්නේ. මගේ වීඩියෝ එකේ කිව්වහම මේක කමෙන්ට් එකක් දාලා තිබ්බා එහෙම සීන් එකක් නෙමෙයි බර අඩු කර ගැනීම සහ කම්ප්ලෙක්සිටි එක විතරයි කියලා. හැබැයි මේ එවිඩේ ඇස්ට්‍රොනොට් එකේ ඩයල් එක කියලා තිබ්බා ගිනි ගන්න එකත් ඒකෙන් වළක්වා ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. අර හයිඩ්‍රොලික් එකට මේ ගිනි ගන්න සීන් එකක් තිබ්බා වගේ මට මතකයි.
It's a let's see, a G, oh my god, an Ursa broadcast camera, 6K, with a good cinema lens on there, and when it brightens up and is not at night, this camera will.
Guys, මලින්දාගේ channel එකේ මේ Tech Track show එකේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ අනිවාර්යෙන් බලන්න මේ IFT2 එකයි 3 එකයි කියන සුපිරි වීඩියෝ එකක් දාලා තිනවා මේ ගිහලා බලන්න අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ පට්ට වීඩියෝ එකක් එකේ මාර දේවල් ටිකක් කියලා.
Bring up quite a bit actually, just even from this shot. We couldn't hardly see the top of Starship earlier, but it can come and go until that sun comes up, so fingers crossed. I am again just really happy. But yeah, milestones, my friends, milestones. Hoping to see it make it through Reentry today, or make it to the point of doing Reentry today. That's my big milestone. tank farm going crazy there. That's fantastic.
Milestone
Love to see it split.
re-entry එක තමයි මෙයත් කියන්නේ. මේ පාට re-entry කරගන්න පුළුවන් වුණොත් කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ.
And they like what they see. I hope the next one goes fully orbital, deploys payloads even would be awesome. And then soon after that, I hope they start getting that tanker in space and start working on the tanker. I would. I think one of the big things is seeing the booster come back to land, and I think that will be. Ooh, we have a little bit of a venting on the tower itself. That's a really good sign.
Tower එකකින් vent
to
එකක්
purge the
යනවා.
lines that will go into Starship and chill those down. That's fantastic.
Tower එකකින් vent එකක් යනවා
This-
guys.
All signs are go time here. I am, wow. I'm shocked actually. I don't know why. It just seemed like last night, and when we were out there yesterday, it didn't really feel like it. And now that we're seeing this kind of stuff, it's like, oh baby, it's looking good. It is looking good. Oh, I actually don't hear you in my ears, but maybe on air they do. We do have Capcom in our ears, Mary Liz Shalinsky, who is wearing many hats today. Capcom, yes, I do read you in person. Go ahead. That is fantastic. Now that would be something that we'd basically have to look for in a tweet, right? Like we don't have any way of knowing where they're at in that process. But the fact that there is chill down on the tower and on the booster. Oh, is thermal starting to pick this stuff up? I wonder thermal. I wonder if there's like is there a setting where we can make it that it is showing the local minimum, so it is showing some of that. But so you're not actually seeing. But notice how like the green in the middle there, you would think that cloud of condensation coming off of the tower would be pretty darn cold. Oh, it is a little bit right there at that one spot. I almost wonder if our thermal camera's acting up. That doesn't add up to me. That almost looks like the whole thing's like heat saturated or something. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see once it starts actually flowing propellant. It might have been like this last time. Because that's not a very big minimum maximum difference, frankly, in the grand scheme of things. But like the tower shouldn't be, 20 degrees Celsius difference between the top and the middle. I don't know. I'm confused. Or, as we say in Iowa, I'm cornfused. We've never said that. No one in Iowa has ever said that. I apologize to the state of Iowa. TimDodd.com. This is Henrik Nielsen to make me feel even more American. Hello from Denmark, and then in parentheses, Europe. No, you shouldn't have written in parentheses Europe. You should have written hello from Denmark, and then you should have said, I don't know. I mean, come on. What exactly does IFT stand for? And what is your timeline for going around the moon? Good launch, everybody. Again, kind of the timeline.
I mean, I would like to do it this Malinda ඉතින් කරදර ගන්න බෑනේ ඉතින් මේ එයාගේ ආතරල එක බලයි ඒක වෙනම ආතරල යන්නේ
Regularly to be able to do an orbit refueling. Ooh, a different mode on the IR cam. Still shows minimum maximum. So that does look cool though. That is actually a really cool shot. I kind of like the black. That is crazy looking. That actually, and that also lines up more with our expectations of what we're thinking. And it shows the hottest spot and the coldest spot. Right now, the coldest spot is on the strake, which actually could make sense because there are COPVs in there. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But yeah, the OLM vent now being visible does mean that they are going through all the, that they're beginning to prepare fuel, but that does seem not in time for a 7 a.m. launch, though. That would have had to happen earlier. I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, but anyway, let's keep going here. So what does IFT stand for? To answer Henrik's question, IFT stands for Integrated Flight Test. Integrated meaning integrated Starship to the booster. So, you have both there, the Starship and the booster, integrated together. So full stack would be another way of sending it, or saying it, but it's sending it too. It is not orbital, though. We want to make sure that it's clear that this flight trajectory that they're targeting today is not orbital. I just want to make sure that is very loud and clear. Let's see. From Down Under Thunder is asking, what do I think the chances of Starship making it to splashdown of both stages today? I'm feeling really good about the booster, frankly. I feel like they got a lot of data from IFT2, and I feel like they would know now how to mitigate. The booster blew up after stage separation, and there's some speculation as to was it a lot of sloshing, and SpaceX said that a LOX line in one of the Raptors was basically clogged, and it was like a filter issue, which led to the loss of one of the Raptor engines. That was a cascading effect. I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably. But I think there might have been a lot of people speculate there might have been a little
Elon
bit
is
more of
also
that.
broadcasting on YouTube.
I think a lot of that could have just simply been software. It could have just been, hey, we're going to ease into these different accelerations a little bit differently, as opposed to just totally doing a harder cutoff and lighting the Raptor vacuum engines. I think there's a lot they can do there just to kind of smooth that process out and not do it so violently and abruptly. In this view, by the way, guys, you are seeing. Let's see, we've got them all.
It
does show you how big of a difference our night cameras make compared to our not. I'm just shocked still that we can see the Starbase sign. That is so cool. But that's funny because so Ryan right now would be seeing Starbase sign, which is up the road quite a bit, but it'd be further away from his position. It would be further away from his position. So if he can see that, he should be able to see the rocket. That's fantastic. I'm feeling really good though about boosters splashing down today. I'm 50-50 on it on the upper stage splashing down. That's my personal bet. From the UK, Tim.
මේ මං හිතන්නේ අර ඉලෝන් මස්ක් ඉතින් අර මම දැන් ට්වීට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් මේ වෝම් අප් කරලා ගන්නවා මේ ස්ට්‍රීම් මෙහෙම කරලා ඒ කියන්නේ පෙන්නනවා ඉතින් අර කරන්න පුළුවන් එහෙම කියලා එයාගේ ප්ලැට්ෆෝම් එකක් තියෙද්දි ආයෙ 아무තේ YouTube එකේ කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ කියලා එයා හිතනවා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට.
We'll of course be posting our we will be posting our compilation as soon as possible, which when we record these things, they're in a lot higher quality yet than even what you're seeing. We record everything in almost every camera is at least 4K 120 frames a second. Now there are some exceptions, like the top right screen where you're seeing the zoom. That's 6K 60 frames a second, so it's higher resolution but lower frame rate. But almost everything else in our loop is at least 4K 120 frames a second. And so when we put those compilations together, it is pretty phenomenal. And then of course the audio from Andrew Keating that he captures is also just the icing on the cake. We will of course have we'll have pretty darn good audio this time, and we made some tweaks to our show so that you guys experience a really good show on your end, where we have it all worked out in our heads of how we're going to actually programmatically give you a good audio experience during the launch, and you'll be able to kind of feel it with us. And I'm prepared personally for once to kind of actually talk through what I'm seeing instead of just standing like a dying robot with rebooting on all over my face. This is great. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of
team.1 ඒ කියන්නේ මේ rocket launcher එක ස්ට්‍රීම් කරන්න තියෙන හැකියාව මාරයි. කියන්නේ නවත්තන්න නැතුව මේ හැක්ක දිගට කියයි. දැන් මම එහෙන වෙලා බලන් ඉන්නවා ස්ක්‍රීන් එකේ දිහා. මේ මම හිතන්නේ අර ඩයල් එක යන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ කාටවත් ආවහම. මේ එක දිගට මේ කියන්නේ ඔක්කොම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරනවා ආය
knots was like the upper limit. I don't remember what that number is or if that was true. So I don't really want to repeat that. I don't want people thinking like, oh, it can sustain 25 knots of wind. But there is a number. SpaceX has a threshold, and I do believe it to be somewhere near 20. But I don't have that exact number. Is it already like 5:51? But sunrise is, what time did we say sunrise is? 7:38. So we're not even close to it being dawn yet. It just for some reason looks brighter in the bottom right screen, all right? But that's
දීරපායන කීරද දන්නේ මෙහෙට නේද? Texas.
I have no idea. I don't know how time works or geography, as I'm proving. Let's see.
Sunrise time.
This is from No Mojo. Good question here. I'm naive. SpaceX and NASA work together, but are developing separate launch systems simultaneously. Exactly. You actually nailed it. So NASA traditionally basically developed and operated, spacecraft and rockets, right? But that required, of course, hiring companies to build it, but at cost plus contracting. So what they're doing nowadays is basically procuring and doing fixed price and saying, hey, we need a service. Who can do it, for the cheapest? Who can do it the best and the cheapest? Submit proposals. We're going to submit the ones that we think are a good blend between, the right amount of risk posture as far as like technical feasibility and can they do it, and price. Starship is on the far end of price, being potentially one of the cheapest rockets to fly, period, if it becomes fully reusable, regardless of scale, regardless of size. This thing is, don't forget, this thing is 120 meters tall, almost 400 feet tall, and 9 meters wide, so 30 feet wide. It is absolutely massive. It is over twice as powerful as the Saturn V that took humans to the moon. This thing is so big and so crazy. Yeah, it could be cheaper to fly than a Falcon 9 if it becomes truly
fuel pump කරලා ඉවර කරන්න කියන්නේ අම්බෝ.
Oh, interesting. So Rio and they cannot see the pad. They're just seeing Starbase. Wait, where was the Tarpon sign at though? I thought he was looking at. Are they both Rio and Tarpon? I thought Tarpon was seeing the Welcome to Mars or whatever though, or is he looking at? Okay, well that'll change. Okay, so Tarpon at one point though was seeing Gateway to Mars, which is the pad. So hopefully that clears back up. Well, it'll come and go, I'm sure, especially even as the tank farm's moving through different operations. Okay, so back to NASA and SpaceX. So basically, one of the first big ones was the CCT. The CCT.
Is
that right? The CC cap.
Fuel pump.
Commercial cargo transportation services or something. I don't remember. CCTPS. I don't remember. Too early. But basically, that's when NASA was like, hey, instead of always just building a rocket, where we're then saying, how much is this going to cost? Oh, it's $17 billion. Okay, I guess we'll give you $17 billion plus. You gotta make some money off this rocket. Here's $18 billion or whatever. Whatever it was. And now they're just like, hey, we have $1.3 billion for you to work with. Get our cargo to the International Space Station. And so that's how SpaceX was able to develop the Falcon 9 and start operating the Falcon 9 to the International Space Station for cargo. At the same time, Northrop Grumman, or at the time I guess it was just Orbital ATK was actually who got the contract originally, and with their Antares rocket and their why am I blanking on the name of the vehicle? Jesus, I haven't had any coffee yet. Maybe that's my solution. But the Cygnus capsule, that's how those programs started. Now, of course, SpaceX has continued this on another program called the Commercial Crew Program, and so there's a CRS program, there's a Commercial Crew Program, and the Commercial Crew Program is, of course, what takes humans to the International Space Station for NASA. And so they're just hiring that service. Now, they're extending that idea into the Artemis program. The Artemis program, though, still has two key features of the Orion capsule and the SLS rocket, both of which have been in development and started development way back in the 2008 and 2011 and things like that. Like they've
අපි නදුන් බලාගෙන ඉන්නනේ නදුන් ලයිව් එකට සෙට් වෙනවා මම Discord එකේ මැසේජ් එකක් දාන්න මම ආව ගන්න ඇතුළට.
Money bookmarked and the ball was always rolling, and the good thing about that is that it's hard to cancel. So the bad thing about SLS is that it's hard to cancel. The good thing about SLS is that it's hard to cancel. Which did ensure that that program finally made it beyond. Otherwise, every single time there's an administration change, they all change their mind and say, I don't want this. I want something different. And then they were just changing their mind since the Apollo program, basically. We've been trying to get back to the moon in a sustainable fashion ever since the Apollo program. And this is the way that NASA's figured out how to do it. They're like, hey, you know what? We'll get humans to the moon safely and be able to bring them back safely using Orion capsule on SLS. But we still need to be able to land on the moon. SLS is not powerful enough or doesn't have a big enough payload capacity to send both the Orion capsule and the lunar lander. So NASA's basically paying, at this point, there's two companies that have contracts to be able to land humans on the moon, and there's SpaceX and Blue Origin. So that's part of the human landing system. So not this exact rocket, of course. But as Starship evolves, it'll eventually will have a human landing system on it. Where's it? Which one's this? North Beach. Okay, so that looks like it's clearing up. You could not see the tower at all before. So it is starting to clear up a little bit from that perspective. I'll take all of that clearing up we can get. I'll take all of that. So yeah, so the reality is NASA's more or less done developing things for SLS and Orion. Those are relatively fixed at this point. I'm sure there might have been a few
right versus if it cuts off a second too short or doesn't light up at all, then the distance differences by the time you get around the opposite side of the globe are just ginormous. So the question is, if it doesn't go to plan, that boost back, that re-entry burn or whatever it is that they're calling it, the aircraft need to be somewhere in the vicinity, right? So that it could vary extreme, to the extremes. So that's going to be interesting to see. I think if they do the burn as they want, then they'll have a pretty good idea where to be. But yeah, it'll be we'll hopefully know in about what, an hour, a bit over an hour. An hour and a half by the time it gets
just
around
an hour out till the window opens here. They would have ggone through the fueling go no go poll. I'm not certain we saw anything new on the cameras per se, but I haven't heard anything bad either. So no news is good news, I guess.
So Marcus, I think everyone here at NSF over the last few days has given their opinion of how flight's going to go, what milestones will be reached and whatnot. I'm curious, what are your thoughts?
I would bet that they can get to Starship re-entry. If I was putting money on it, I would say that they'll get to at least Starship entry. Whether they can actually enter it without it breaking up, that's going to be the question. I've got no idea about that. And I think that they will touch the booster down on target. That is my bet. And everything in between going smoothly. We're hoping to see all those Raptors firing beautifully again, because in the last flight they did. Until it broke up, obviously, after separation. But up until that point, they seemed to be very smooth. So I really don't have any issues or concerns about the Raptor engines themselves. Which is great to say, because last flight, it's like, oh, geez, I just want the Raptors to all be going. That's all I want, and they did that. So,
yeah. What about the propellant transfer demonstration?
Look, I don't see that as too much of a problem. I think they just need to have the control and whatnot to do it. So as long as it gets to orbit, I think that they'll be fine with that. I don't know how they're actually planning on testing it. They haven't really released a lot of detail. Does anybody else know any more detail about how they're testing that?
I mean,
unfortunately not.
Yeah, we know it's between the header tanks and the main tanks, but manner of actuation, I have no idea. I've taken guesses.
Fuel may transfer demonstration again.
It'll work, right? I mean,
yeah. I don't know if does that really demonstrate much, apart from that fluid moves from one place to another when you put a force of gravity on it. I don't know, because I don't really have. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they've got the reaction control systems to really do, forward, backward movement to a small scale. I might be wrong about that. I haven't seen anything lately, but yeah, it's that's a big question in my mind. How are they doing that? Is it a rotation exercise? Is it something else to do with maybe the exercise is simply opening and closing valves and things like that? It's really quite interesting. We know they've got vents and stuff like that they could probably use in various ways to slightly move the ship.
Excited, both
but they haven't really given us enough detail to really know what they're going to do there. So it's speculation, really.
Yeah, I've had my crazy wild theories. Trevor and I were talking about it on the NASA Spaceflight Live last week, last Friday. Trev, what do you think? Well, like, what manner do we have here for actuating your fuel between the header tanks? Like, I thought it would be something with the autogenous pressurization by doing a spin start on the engines. I mean, that is a very absurd way of doing things. But I mean, what else do you think they would have at their availability here? Like, how would you get those propellants to move back and forth? This is a hard problem to solve, and when you're in microgravity, everybody, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. You don't want your vehicle and your fuel to be have no acceleration relative to one another, because then it's just going to be floating around. So somehow they're going to have to create that acceleration, and I suspect they're just going to use some of the gases that they have stored in the tank. Right, that's the entire reaction control thruster system that Elon has talked about. But as to exactly how they would go about that for, what would be a quite large transfer of propellant, I really don't know. I hope SpaceX gives us more details on the webcast.
Yep. All right.
It could simply be that pressure in the tanks, with the gaseous pressure in the tanks, they can just, let boil off happen naturally and just use that pressure. As soon as they get to a certain pressure, they just start releasing it. And that'll just move the thing forwards, and then maybe they do a flip and move it the other way, and then they do the... But, they don't have a lot of time, really. They've got to do that Raptor burn, I'm assuming... I think it's probably a little after apogee or whatever, but, they don't have infinite time up there. They're on a suborbital trajectory, essentially. So
right.
Whatever they do, they've got to be able to do it quick.
Yeah, you got about 15, 20 minutes, right? This is going to be a short mission, if everything is successful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as we have moved inside of 1 hour, and seems like there might be some frost accumulating on the booster, this is where this segment ends. Marcus, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you guesting in here during the cast. It was fun.
No worries at all. Lovely to be here, and lovely to have all the wonderful questions from everybody in the comments there. Just love skimming through the comments. I obviously don't have time to read a lot of them as we're chatting away, because otherwise I wouldn't be paying attention. But thank you for being here and for all the shout-outs. I've seen them all flying by, so thank you very much. Love this community. Best thing ever.
And then, Trevor, couldn't do without your swiftiness up in here.
Yeah, let's hope SpaceX swiftly launches this thing, and let's light this candle.
All right, sounds good.
Go Starship.
Yep, there you go. And I hosted this segment. I'm EJ. I stream on Twitch. Stick around. We got plenty more. We're 54 minutes out from a launch here. Let's see what happens. Well, hopefully, weather permitting. So that's where I leave you guys, and the next segment will be up right after this video.
At T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, the SpaceX flight director will poll launch operators to determine whether to proceed or not with propellant load. Unlike with the previous two flights, this propellant load will be significantly faster and will begin first with the ship and later with the booster. Liquid oxygen load into Ship 28 will begin at the T-minus 53 minute mark, followed shortly by liquid methane at T-minus 51 minutes. When this happens, you may notice venting from the liquid methane subcooler dedicated to ship loading. That's a good sign that things are progressing as expected. Liquid oxygen load into Booster 10 will begin at the T-minus 42 minute mark and will be followed right after at T-minus 41 minutes with the load of liquid methane. By then, the other 3 liquid methane subcoolers should be up and running. As the rocket's 4 main tanks are being loaded, frost will start to appear on each one of them. Frost will first appear on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship, followed by the liquid oxygen tank on the booster. Then, methane tanks on the ship and booster will start to get frosty as well. As propellant load continues, the rocket will get progressively more and more frosty, and regular venting will occur from all tanks as they keep their pressures in check. At T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, the Raptor engine chill sequence will begin. This will see the engine pre-valves open to allow a small amount of liquid oxygen and liquid methane to flow through the oxidizer and fuel turbopumps of each engine. This chills down the turbopumps and conditions them for ignition when full flow of these cryogenic fluids is achieved. This chill down will heat up the oxygen and methane that's flowing through the engine, essentially turning them into gas. The gaseous methane is recaptured and returned back to the ground tanks, while the gaseous oxygen is captured and vented overboard. You'll see this gaseous oxygen venting from the engine chill pipes as engine chill progresses during this time. At around this time in the count, you may also notice venting from the ship's header tanks as well. While SpaceX doesn't mention on its timeline when these will be loaded, we've seen them venting at around the T-minus 15-minute mark in previous countdowns, so watch out for those. Propellant load will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the booster and T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the ship. This propellant load sequence will have seen up to 3,600 tons of liquid oxygen and 1,000 tons of liquid methane being loaded across both of Starship's stages. It's essentially the equivalent of loading 10 Falcon 9 rockets in only 15 more minutes than what it takes to load a single Falcon 9. In these final minutes, the rocket will also go through other steps in its preparation for flight. The flight termination system will be armed, the vehicles will switch to internal power, the onboard computers will take control of the count, and the tanks will pressurize ahead of flight. Also ahead of launch, the launch mount clamps will open and the rocket will just be standing on the pedestal arms held down by its own weight. SpaceX used to have an optional hold point at the T-minus 40-second mark for the past 2 flights, but with the changes to the countdown, we're not sure if this will hold true for this flight. Hopefully, we won't have to figure that out, and the countdown will just run smooth and clean with no holds. At T-minus 30 seconds, the flight director will verify go for launch, and the detonation suppression system will activate. This will spray a mix of nitrogen and water engines prior to engine ignition. At T-minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector will activate and thousands of gallons of water will shoot out from the water-cooled steel plate underneath the rocket. This will protect the base of the launch pad from the fury of the Raptors once they start at T-minus 3 seconds. This ignition will be a staggered one and won't occur at full power. At T0, if all launch commit criteria are met, the engines will throttle up from their startup power to flight power. At that time, the quick disconnects on the launch mount and ship arm will retract to leave way for the rocket's liftoff. As the engines begin to throttle up, the rocket will eventually produce more thrust than its weight, lifting off approximately 2 seconds after T0.
Bro, just explain the whole Starship launch in 5 to 10 minutes, man.
Well, we are live from Starbase and a number of other places around the world. I am Lon Seidman. I'll be taking over this portion of the stream as the co-host. And joining me from all over the world are my 2 co-hosts. I have Alex Romero. How you doing, Alex, from Spain?
Have an update from SpaceX indicating that they have moved 30 minutes into the window. That's okay. It's a 110-minute window, so we have plenty of time still in that window. Weather is 70% favorable, so that is definitely a good thing as well. That, of course, they have moved 30 minutes into the window, but at least weather seems to be, mostly favorable. Again, 70%. So that seems like an ideal kind of thing. We...
the lectures are doing it. තෙලාට පෑදක වෙනසක් තියෙන්නේ. මොකක්ද කියන්නේ?
And the OLM vent. But still, I don't know if there's like a setting for the camera to say like. I still imagine that vent coming out of the OLM is much colder than 18C. Like, much colder. I don't know. Is there like a minimum maximum we can set on it or something? That just seems out of spec to me. Let's see. Let's keep going here. We have a handful of new members like N-Flight Technologies and Fuzzwa and N-Flight Technologies saying Deathstalker Scorpion price at $39 million per gallon. Let's see if I see this is back. Let's see if it's happened to push to the thing yet. Let me see here. This is
වෙදේක 100ට මේ කීයක් තියෙන්න ඕනේද මේ launch කරන්න න?
That where was that? That Starhopper is the coolest part. And that's literally because our thermal camera was showing that part of Starhopper for some reason was the coldest part. That just does not make sense to me. I don't know if I trust our thermal camera today. Oh, look at that shot. Is that the production bay? Like, what are we? Oh, that's Star Factory. Wow. On the scope. That's good for Ryan to be able to Whoa, it has zoom? Oh, this is one of the Tarpon Tracker 2. So it does have zoom and focus. That is cool. That's actually being operated by our friend Brian McManus from, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the YouTube channel Real Engineering, but he's out here with us hanging out, wanted to get in on the action and try tracking a rocket with us. So he's on one of our trackers this morning. Good luck to him. We're all on new controls, so I won't blame him if he doesn't get a handle on it. Everyone's going to be, trying for the very first time, which is very cool. Is there another update on SpaceX's tweet, or is it just that one? Yep, one we already saw. We should probably do that a little bit of housekeeping right now, my friends, because there's a few housekeeping items. Number one is there's now 46,000 of you watching. We need to do something right now as a community. Everyone find another device, search SpaceX, and please, let's start flagging all of the spam and scam accounts. There are so many. If you look at SpaceX right now on YouTube, there's like going to be 30 accounts. If you see a QR code on a stream, report it right away, please, because you know that that's just a scam. SpaceX would never put-
YouTube එකට ගියාම මේ දැන් වැටෙනවා බලමු ගිහිල්ලා මගේ මොනවා පෙන්නයි දන්නේ Starship launch කියලා මේ අඩේ මේ ෆේක් එකක් 54,000 බලන් ඉන්නවා මේක මේ අඩෝ ඇයි එක එතන දාගත්ත තියෙනවා තවන The Angry Astronaut dial එකව
or will be met in the current action. Therefore, the preparation of a supplemental or new environmental document is not necessary to support the proposed action. And I guess the reason that I've decided to cover all of that with you, or to
තවමනත් මේ Elon Musk SpaceX Starship සමහරකයි තියෙනවා Elon Musk giving update on Starship IFT3 කියලා
wandering around, trying to hide in the dunes and stuff like that. That will scrub a launch. Absolutely. Don't think you can hide from a thermal camera either. They'll find you. They will find you. As that, I never know how to say your name in our Discord. I read it all the time, saying you can add that people can add the feature live filters while only show live streams. Yes, that's true. However, a lot of them are live. They're just restreaming this video loop, making it look like they're live. So almost all of those spammy scam things are showing as live. On YouTube. Like you can
report
live, you're still gonna
report
see most of them. I don't know if too many that are that aren't showing up as live. So unfortunately, that does not really help. Let's see here. When do I think the first humans will fly on Starship? Well, so Jared Isaacman has. So Jared, those of you that don't know Jared Isaacman, he did the Polaris. He's currently doing the Polaris Dawn missions and the next Polaris missions. He also did Inspiration 4 in 2021. Amazing man. And he has said many times, actually, that Polaris 3, he will be the first human to fly Starship.
මේක ලයිව් එක දාලා දෙයාස
For their mission, they're not going to
53k
require
watching the
things like
fake stream
in-orbit So I could see that possibly being in,
ගීල බලලා again
2 or 3 years. That's my kind of gut feeling, would be 2 or 3 years from now. However, don't forget that Jared needs to fly 2 other missions before then. So you can kind of almost use his own mission progress as a timeline for when humans will fly on Starship. So pay attention to the Polaris program and Jared Isaacman, and you will know, you'll have a decent sense. So Polaris Dawn will hopefully be flying this year. Hopefully, I believe it's now Q2 of this year. And yeah, obviously Q2 is this, Q1's almost over already for this year. So he's so just pick.
අද මේක බැරි වෙලා තබර්ට් වුණත් මම කියන්න හැම වෙන්න කියලා බැරි වෙලා ඕකේ I mean possible නෝ ඒ කියන්නේ බැරි වෙලාවත් මේවා වුණොත් එහෙම මේ බට් වුණොත් එහෙම මේ ආයේ launch attempt එක තිබ්බහම නම් එන්නේ මේ fuel load ගන්න පටන් ගත්තට පස්සේ මේ පටන් ගන්න මම දැන් එහෙම තමයි ගොඩක් කට්ටිය කරන්නේ
You know what they could do? They could frankly put some star. It doesn't. You don't need the full a huge constellation to cover the moon. You can provide full coverage with just a small handful of satellites. And especially the total bandwidth you're communicating to very few vehicles on the moon. So here, there's so many considerations here, and latency is already going to be an issue just because of the speed of light out at the moon anyway. So that's not as dire, like for here. For communications and for gaming and for all these things that require low latency, you can't do that at geostationary orbit. You do need that to be in low Earth orbit if you want to, really be able to have low latency. At the moon, that doesn't matter. So, that's out the window already. That's a fixed thing. And then obviously, yeah, you're only covering like very few, a little bit of bandwidth because you're only communicating with a handful.
මේ පාර onboard use අනිවාර්යෙන් හම්බෙයි මොකද අර මේ ස්ටාර්ලින්ක් ඩිෂස් වගේක් ගහලා තිනවා මේ ඩේටා ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර් කරන්න ඉක්මනට ස්මූත් විදිහට අපිට ෆුටේජස් ටිකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි මම හිතන්නේ මේ පාර මේ ඒ සීන් එකත් එක්ක
if NASA sees it as a value and that would be fascinating.
Huh?
Let's see here from Gina. Thank you so much for the super chat. In the first future and on a clear day, will we be able to see Starship launch from Austin or San Antonio high in the sky? San Antonio, maybe if it's night. It would need to be 100% night.
මේක chat එක නයි ගිලනවා.
And yeah, 100% nighttime. Because this rocket is not bright enough and does not leave a big enough smoke trail to see during the day. It was pretty easy to lose sight of it almost during the day from here, and we're 5 miles, 8 kilometers away. And at night, it's just not as bright.
And that is essentially the one that they use for all of the ascent corridor, and also for, in the case that for whatever reason it goes boom, just like on flight 1 or flight 2, then they have those hazard zones to tell people in the ocean, hey, be careful, right? And then obviously they have the same kind of thing as well for the Indian Ocean.
ඉන්දියන් සාගරේ ඉන්න මිනිස්සුන්ට පරිසම් එන්න කියලා කියනවා.
Is that
උඩින් රොකට් කෑලි කඩාගැටෙද්දි කොහොමද ආතල්ලේ? රැප්ට් එන්ජින් එකක් එහෙම පත බෑන්න ඕනේ බෝට් උඩට. Bro,
such a huge stretch of airspace that it is across several multiple airspace locations. And so for launch, you have like Mexican and American notices to our missions, and then you have in the middle of the ocean, you have anywhere from the airspace close to Madagascar to the one that is close to India to the one that is close to West Australia. So you have all of these different permits. It took me a while. I have I'll probably share this link somewhere. I don't know. I basically made myself a map with all of these locations, and it's quite crazy because there were left, right, and center all of these notices and different maps. But they made a huge deal so that these milestones could be hit and that they could essentially be performing all of these safely.
And Adrian, you think about the complexity of one of these missions where you have a vehicle that can get around the world in 90 minutes. So all of the different regulatory agencies you have to work with, believe it or not, the U.S. Regulatory agencies, the FAA in particular, has some degree of authority over the entire mission because this is a rocket launched from the United States, and the U.S. government is responsible for what even commercial entities do across the way. We're going to be seeing, I think, after this a real uptick in traveling into space, whether it's cargo or humans, and certainly Starship is going to be upping the quantity quite a bit. Do you think we're going to have a pretty big regathering of all the international representatives here to talk about what spaceflight is going to look like in the future? Because when all of these rules were put into place, we were not launching at the cadence we're launching now. Clearly, these commercial operators are finally kind of delivering the future that we were promised, and I think we're going to have to look at all this again, aren't we?
ඔයාලා හිතන්නේ fourth flight test එක කවදා වගේ තියෙයිද මේකට පස්සේ? අනිත් ඊළඟ එක. මට හිතනවා අන්තිම එක තිබෙන්නේ නොවැම්බර් දෙසැම්බර් ජනවාරි මාස 4ක් විතර ගිහිල්ලානේ. මට හිතනවා මාස යව්වද තාම නෑනේ. ඒක වට චැට් එකට ඇවිල්ලා යව්වද තාම නෑනේ කිය. නෑ තාම යව්වේ නෑ. තාම පත්තු කරේ නෑ. මේ ඔයාලා දැක්කද අර ජපානයේ මේ මොකද්ද ඒ නම ඒ රොකට් එකේ කයෝරද? මම මතක නෑ නම කොහමද ඒක මේ මොකද රොකට් එක මේ වල ඒක මම ඊට පස්සේ මේ මගේ Facebook එකේ මගේ නෙමෙයි මේ අපේ ස්පේස් ෆෑන් පේජ් එකේ දැම්මා මේ යටි කට්ටිය කමෙන්ට් කරලා තින අහස් කූරොත් ඔයිට වැඩි උඩ යනවා ඒමයි කියලා අහස් කූරක් වලට පේන්නම් බැරි දේ තමයි රොකට්ස් අහස් කූරුවට සමාන කරන එක මම රොකට් එකක් එච්චර බාල කරන්න හොඳ නැහැ කියන්නේ එච්චර කම්ප්ලෙක්ස් වෙහිකල් එක අහස් කූරකට සමාන කරන්න හොඳ නැහැ වෙන මොකක් කර නිකන් මිසයිල් එකක් වගේ අනේ එහෙම උලන්නේ අහස් කූර මචං හොඳ නැහැ අහස් කූර සෙට් නැහැ
It is going to be an exciting, that's why we're so excited about this, because we're at a point now where space is going to be a regularly visited place as opposed to just being a one-off event. But up until right now, we're still going to be pretty excited about these Starship flights, and I think a lot of new things will happen as this program continues to develop. Now, I can assure you there is a rocket on the pad. We have about maybe 8,000 or 9,000 people in here, more since I started, up to 46,500. So what we're looking at right now is Starship on the pad. So the sun has not risen at Starbase in Wichita, Texas. We are looking at right now about an hour and 5 minutes until the SpaceX announced liftoff time, which is 7:30 a.m. Central. And I did get a question in here, Alex, from Michael Bertoldi in our chat. I'm going to do my best to try to get as many questions and super chats in here as I can. We're going to be launching right around sunrise or close to it or just after it.
Then sunrise
එක set things in the atmosphere this time as the rocket gases interact with that early morning air. The jellyfish that we often look for.
Yeah, I guess we'll figure it out, right? Once that rocket lifts off, we're going to figure that out. It's complicated because it is like WT series 8 minutes before sunrise. So as soon as the thing just goes up, it'll probably go into sunlight. So yeah, it's not something that is easily
And one thing that is predictable is that our friend Das is working his you-know-what off out there in Texas. Das, what's it like on the ground there?
All right.
Hey, we even see you. Look at that.
Folks, it's tough to see from where I'm at right now. We're all set up. I'm over here at South Padre Island. I'm on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre. But I am completely socked in with fog.
Live location.
South Padre Island, there's a hotel there. There's a big structure next to it, a big building. The condos next to it is called the Sapphire. I can barely see the building that's 100 feet away from me. I cannot see Isla Blanca Park. I can't see any of the parts of the park over there. There were a bunch of police lights blinking, and the complete fog blanket has made it so I can't even see the blinking police lights at Isla Blanca less than a mile away from me. Much less, I'm 7 miles away from the launch pad right now. So I am all set up, but I can see the fog going around me right now. It is not a great situation over here at South Padre Island. What did SpaceX just said, it's a 70% chance of launch or 70% go or something, but I think it's 0% viewing if it goes at the beginning of the window and you're over here at South Padre Island. That's how it goes. If you're looking for rocket viewing, sometimes you never know what you're going to get. They do have a little bit of a window to work with, so I know if I was SpaceX, I would want some of the visuals happening, and maybe this will burn off. I don't know, but right now it is tough over here. Oh, geez. Let's see. I think we have something else that I can actually talk about, something that's near and dear to my heart. Hopefully we're ready to show this. They'll tell me in my ear if they're ready to show this. But one of the big things that I think that NSF does that's super important is we get people excited about space and science and that sort of stuff. You don't have to be an engineer. Clearly, listen to some of our conversations. You don't have to be like a rocket scientist or a math nerd or anything like that to be a part of the community. You can just like space. You just want to hang out with rocket people. You just think things are cool on occasion. And I have been in the space and science and aeronautics place since I was a really small kid. I had balsa wood airplanes all over my ceiling. I was building models, and I found a $10 bill once, and I bought my first model. It was an F4 Phantom because everybody has an F4 Phantom. But I found a $10 bill at the baseball park, and built models, right? And part of that growing up was participating in science fairs. I did a lot of work with science fairs all through school, a lot of aerodynamic science fairs about camber and lift and boundary layer removal and all those sorts of things. But I thought that we had a cool opportunity here at Starbase. NSF has all of our camera
යාළුවනේ මට අද ලෙක්චර්ස් යන්න බැරි වෙයි. 9ට තියෙන.
That it would be a great idea if we gave students the opportunity to build experiments that we would deploy on one of our properties during a Starship launch. So I hope we're able to show this here. Are we able to show this? I'm going to listen in real quick. Okay, cool. We have a live feed because that's what we do. We do live feeds, right? The students from Hebron High School up in Texas, up in North Texas around Dallas, built some physics experiments with Dr. Holly, their teacher, and a couple different classes, a couple different students, put together some things just from scratch, not fancy scientific experiments that, you know, oh, we spent a bunch of money, we're going to get these decimal precisions. It's home-built stuff, demonstrating different physical properties. And Dr. Holly brought those down from the Dallas area, and late last night, I guess, we deployed them at our highway site. So there's a couple different experiments in there. There's a barometer that's going to show a change in air pressure with liquid in a tube. There's two different types of accelerometers, basically rubber bands with pencils on them, right? There's an XY accelerometer that'll shake in a direction like this, and there's a Z-axis accelerometer that'll shake up and down like this. There's an anemometer. Everybody loves an anemometer, I guess. Some cones on a little twirly thing. And there's a wind direction thing. But the students built all of these, and Dr. Holly brought them down, and we deployed them at the lot. And that camera, if y'all are seeing the live feed, the camera there is actually going to record that, and we're going to send that to the students so that they can see the results of their experiment that they built. And not only that, it's got the rocket launching behind it. Of course, we pointed the camera, and we deployed the experiments over there on our little gravel pad so that when the rocket takes off, assuming we can see the rocket take off, because that's our current concern, I think, the students' experiments will be recorded in the foreground, and the rocket will be taking off in the background. I believe we've actually got a couple of videos that the students recorded themselves, if we're able to roll those so people can check it out. Again, I think this is so super important.
ඒගොල්ලෝ තව ටිකකින් කියන්න ඕනේ හැබැයි ආයි කල් දානවද නැද්ද කියලා මේ ෆියුල් පම්ප් ගන්න පටන් ගන්නවා තව ටිකකින් නැත්නම්.
That Starship will hopefully be able to use the Starlink constellation to its advantage, and hopefully we see some beautiful video from it once it's in space. That's what I'm looking for. Even if it's fogged out today, honestly guys, I am just hoping that we see some beautiful views of Starship in space this time. We didn't see anything after stage separation from the vehicle. I don't know if that was a downlink issue or something, or from the vehicle. I don't know if that was a downlink issue or something, or an issue with something, but ooh, that's fun. I just got my 1 hour until Starship notification. That is always fun to see from Next Spaceflight app. I love that. Yeah, we are on. People asking, is the test delayed? No, the test is not delayed, guys. The countdown clock wouldn't still be going. You have the data right there in front of your eyes. If we're still here and that clock is still counting, then we are still go, baby. Let's see. From Jonathan saying, hi, Tim. I've been watching all these streams since the first Falcon launch, and now I'm an aerospace engineer myself. I just wanted to thank you all. That is awesome. I absolutely love there's people that literally have changed their career paths and are now working in the aerospace industry. It's something to be excited about. I love that that's, you know, it is contagious that This is something that's, you know, we can celebrate together, watch together, cheer for it. So I've never really been a fan of sports, you know, growing up. You know, I played soccer and I, you know, did cross country, did things like that. Tried to play basketball. I was so bad at basketball that I got put on the C team, and that it was so bad on the C team they demoted me to the D team. Yeah, I can't play basketball. But, you know, a lot of people love to watch sports and partake in sports. To me, spaceflight is almost like the ultimate spectator sport. We all get to cheer. And the fun thing is, like, we all get to cheer for the same thing. We're all hoping that humans just further our progress and our exploration and our knowledge, you know, in the solar system. And it cracks me up, though, like, that we can all just cheer together for the same thing. But it totally works out that it happens to also inspire so many people. And so many people get into new career paths and do so many things just because they had, you know, maybe happened to catch a stream or see a launch in person. You just never know what that little thing is. And it's fun that we can all watch together. So thank you for being here with us. It really means a lot. I think we are the only option of true 4K. Right now, you know, we're in a split screen, but one of our views there, the night one, is right now the only one that's really valuable in 4K, frankly, which is funny because we have all this infrastructure, and nighttime and fog happens to ruin a lot of those views. But yeah, Spencer, if you can pull up just even the whatever Mr. T wide night, would be awesome. Because just to show that indeed we do have proper 4K, and it's hard to do out here. It's really hard to do out here. I love that. Point to point, photons to your eyeballs, in 4K. So this is from Magical Q. Do you know if SpaceX is planning on recovering the booster and ship if they end up surviving reentry? I don't think they are planning to recover them. Period. My understanding is they will get the data they need from, you know, how did it handle? How precisely did the booster do its landing burn? Was it right on exactly on the GPS coordinates that they had planned on? Yeah, they'll get a lot of data from that, and then I think they're just going to try to sync it. Same with the ship. Exact same thing. Sync it. And they'll first try to send it, and then they'll try to sync it, which is fine. This is from Chavez. Hey, Tim, nice stream. I love your merch, but I'm from Germany. Is there any chance for a reseller in the EU so customs wouldn't be so expensive? Chavez, yeah, we've tried. It's for a shop our size, it's a really big logistical challenge. For certain items, I really do want to send just like pallets over and have a distribution system because I know how expensive the customs get. And so that's what's funny. The one thing with our shop, you know, when you're shopping in Europe, you will see the prices look expensive, but frankly, most of that is customs fees. We do calculate that into, like, our system automatically sees where you're at, adds all of those fees so that it's not a surprise to you. So our old system, and the way a lot of shops actually are, you might have experienced this, you might buy something online, get it shipped, it gets stuck in customs, you wait for like a letter to show up that says, hey, you have this thing in customs, you owe us 18 euro. Or, 65 euro, and you're like, what? I had no idea. And it gets stuck there and you don't know it's there. You know, we used to have problems with that all the time. And so now our new system at least calculates it for you so that you know the exact amount, and it actually has door-to-door tracking, so you can actually make sure it's going to get to you. By the way, notice that there's big tank farm spool up. What did I say to pay attention to around T-minus 55? So next thing is, if we see venting on the tower again, that's going to be good news. That will be good news for fuel up. So, yeah, here we go. These are what we're looking for at T-minus 53 minutes. The ship should start receiving locks. So we'll have to see. So what we'll look for is you'll look for, you know, some condensation coming out of the tower, and we'll start to look for frost lines and frost growing on the upper stage. So notice you can kind of see the chopsticks there, up kind of in the middle. You see the fins on the upper stage. You can tell where the upper stage ends. The Starship upper stage ends because of the bottom fins, and then there's the inner stage below that, kind of The part right, it looks like in the middle right now, but it's it's about 2/3 of the way up. But actually, I forget, my telestrator probably doesn't work right now, does it? I think we had a problem with it still. Okay. But the one time that I'm like, hey, we have that telestrator. Dang it. I never think about it normally. But so we're going to be looking for venting coming from the tower, and then we're going to start looking for the ship to get frosty. And that should be happening, frankly, in the next 30 seconds or so, hopefully, assuming all things are still go. Let's keep going here. So back to the merch. We try really hard. The things that are worst are things that are heavy and valuable, like our Falcon 9 model rockets. They are the coolest thing in the world, but unfortunately, they are also very expensive for our European and friends internationally. We do have, let's see here, 4K view. Okay, so we do have the view there pretty much of the inner stage. If that can even, go a little bit to the right and a little bit up, we'll hopefully get a sense of, we should be seeing some action right there. I'm not seeing anything yet, though. Hey, for not being super high sensitivity ISO, this camera actually does pretty well. A 6K broadcast camera, not really meant for nighttime super low light like this, but that's decent. I'm actually quite surprised. But that's where we're going to be looking here, is right there on, man, if this was daytime, we'd have incredible views there. I have not reloaded graphics. Let's see if I can do that and see if we can, do you think the comments are working now? Let's see. This is, I'm an engineer at the Hawthorne location and listening to you outside Mission Control. Thanks for your coverage from AM. That is fantastic. That is so cool to hear. I love it. Thank you guys so much. From the Hughes SciTech, why do you describe everything as assets? Kind of corporate cringe, in my honest opinion. Oh, wait, are we seeing stuff?
Yes, FTS එක වැඩ කරන්න
What were you pointing to, Mary Liz?
ඒකේ මේ පොඩි sequences වගේ.
Oh, yeah, we do have a vent there now. Yes. So that is good.
අම්බඩ පටන් අරගෙන ප්‍රොපලර් ලෝඩි පටන් අරගෙන යාළුවනේ.
Right, strobe light right in front of it does obscure it a little bit. What's our other camera looking like? Our night wide. I don't know if that's able, or that. We're not seeing. Guys, I honestly don't know if our thermal camera is working correctly. I don't believe at all that the minimum and maximum temperature range right now is 18C. You're telling me that the oxygen coming out of the bottom there is 18C? No way. I don't know if there's a way to reset that, but the good thing is that I think the data on there is still valuable. Go back to the thermal one more time real quick. Because of how bright white the stream coming out of the OLM at the bottom of the rocket there is, I think we have to see, I mean, that's cold. That's really cold stuff right there. Certainly colder than 19C. I think our readout is wrong, but I think the pixels on the screen aren't lying to us, though. So that's good. And as a matter of fact, you can kind of see some white spots.
මේකේ minimum temperature එක header tank එකේ පෙන්නනවා මේ.
Anyway, in theory, we should be
into
ship
load,
liquid oxygen load. We're also
into
into ship fuel load, methane fuel load as well. So we should be seeing things developing on the booster. Or, I mean, on the ship, and then the booster is not until. Can we throw up the thing one more time? The times of the things that we're expecting. So yeah, ship fuel should be going on. Booster won't be coming up until T-minus 42 and 41 minutes. And that'll be a little bit more obvious, but at this point I'm not really that camera just looks so good at night. So good at night. It's so funny though how these things switch around. Like during the day this camera still looks great. It's still a good camera, but how all of a sudden all the other ones that looked like absolute crap at night look fantastic during the day. Dang.
දැන් හරිනම් ෂිප්
we don't have
එකට
any
ලික්විඩ්
updates from
ඔක්සිජනුයි
SpaceX yet, right?
මීතේනුයි
I'm double checking.
ලෝඩ් කරන්න පටන් ගන්න.
Or
පටන් ගන්න
I'm
තියෙන.
double checking. X, that just sounds like nothing. So, let's see here. Ooh, thank you, Sam, in our Discord, saying that thermal cameras are prone to reflection, so the silver Starship will make it inaccurate until there's a frost line. That is a good point. That is a very good point. But you'd still think, I don't know. I'm still in the camp that that really cold gaseous oxygen vents at the bottom of the OLM would be so cold that they're certainly below 18C. Let's see. So sorry, back to the Hughes SciTech. Sorry that assets sound corporate cringe to you, but I mean, I don't know what.
විනාඩි 18ක් අල්ලන්
how
හිටියොත්
else do you
SpaceX
describe
live
a
එක
bunch
බැලුව
of
හැකි.
I mean, hardware? Do you want us to say a bunch of hardware? I mean, it's all.
ආයෙ කල් දාලා නැහනේ.
I personally don't get why people always like want to label everything cringe, but I don't know. You just call them assets because they're assets. It's exactly what they are. From Andy Builds, how much flights until humans fly in Starship? By the way, corn is better in Nebraska. Wait. No, your corn is not better in Nebraska. Iowa is the #1 exporter of corn. Just keep that in mind. So, yeah, how many flights until humans? I mean, I would guess it'd be in the dozens, like 2 or 3 dozen Starship flights before humans fly on it. We're at flight 3. I think by flight 10, this vehicle will already be looking a lot prettier. We'll be doing a lot more important things, and will be a lot more operational. And then they'll just have to prove it out with a rapid cadence and learning the lessons as quickly as possible. I am not seeing. I'm not seeing anything. Mary Liz, are we seeing any reports from anyone? Like, you'd think we'd start seeing. Man, I was expecting we'd start seeing a frost line growing already. It does not seem to be the case yet. Well, let's keep going. This is from Aeroplane Specialist. Hey, I am 11 years old. I'm from Pennsylvania and took 3. That is awesome. I'm not sure what took 3 is, but awesome. Thank you so much for saying hi. I hope that you're enjoying today's launch attempt. I mean, we are, as you can tell by our countdown clock, coming up on T-minus 45 minutes, hopefully, to the next launch of Starship. And until we hear anything different, they're moving in. They're moving on. Oh, although look at how much. Is the booster getting frosty? Can we go back to thermal cam quick? Is thermal cam? Oh, that could be the frost could be just strictly from the COPVs there in the tanks, in the strakes there. That looks to be exactly what that is. So the vehicle is starting to is pressurizing. However, I don't feel like I'm seeing any frost line on the ship yet.
42 කට කලින්. තවනට 3ක් අතරක් තියෙනවා බූස්ට් එකට.
Dang.
Discord link එක වැඩ නැද්ද? මේ හැමදාම අලුත් එකක් දානවා. මොකක් කේස් එකක් තියෙනවා ඒක.
Bradley in our Discord saying telling Tim your corn is better than his when he is sleep deprived is a dangerous play. That is truer words have never been spoken. From Nemesis hates stars. Water Tower Gang all the way. It is crazy to see how far Starship and you have come overheating issues. Yeah, man, those Starhopper days were crazy. And you see Starhopper in the foreground here, still out there at Starbase. Absolutely crazy. I don't know how many of you were around for 5 years ago, 2019, when Starhopper first flew. Actually, it was about exactly 5 years ago from now is when I first came out here for the first time and saw Starhopper do almost exactly nothing. I saw it do a spin prime test or something, but it was the first time I saw a Raptor do anything. The first time I saw a Raptor engine in person, and I was absolutely screwed at that moment. Let's see, what are people saying here? I'm not seeing. I don't know. Is there a way to do a side-by-side with the thermal and the night, where they're both kind of in vertical arrays, vertical boxes? That'd be cool. I think that'd be a good compromise, because the thermal camera, unfortunately, is not the highest resolution. I don't know if this is right or not, but I'm pretty sure it's like a legally, like, civilians are not really allowed to have high-resolution thermal cameras, which is like, it's like a military thing. So, yeah. All right. This is awesome from... Oh. Okay, so apparently that's not true. We just can't afford them. That's the truth. Okay, thermal cameras are insanely inexpensive. Insanely expensive. Jeez, if I could learn how to talk this morning, it'd be great. Doc Holiday, thank you so much for the super chat. You're going to see Starships. Wait, I am year ice. Wait. Oh my, I can't even read this. Oh, from earlier. It took 3 a.m. Wow, here. I want to see Starship. That's awesome. From Aeroplane Specialist. Let's see here. This is from Miranda saying, I don't think Elon agrees on 70% weather. It should be 69% go. That is the most Elon thing we could do. Yeah, I think we'll stick with the official number of 70, but that is funny. Let's see here. More thermal footage. Yeah, I think we'll just keep the thermal. This is great. This is a good compromise here between low resolution thermal camera and 4K. That's great. But I'm not seeing any frost on the booster yet. Or I mean on the ship, which should have been happening.
Mommy 7 days for that expiration day. Sorry guys.
Huh.
Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like my gut feeling is my gut feeling is we're not hitting that 7:30 target, because we're not seeing any propellant on the ship yet. We should have been seeing that at T minus 53 minutes.
7:30
we should be seeing the booster begin fuel up. Yeah, gut feeling here is we're not into propellant load. We would be seeing it. So that means that we're not hitting that 7:30 target yet. So these times they can't really fudge them. They can't really, if it's like T minus 40 minutes, it's not like they're like, all right, we'll just squeeze it in and we'll still launch at 7:30. If we're not seeing them do these milestones that you see on screen, then in the times that we see them, then it means they're not targeting that for a T0. So this is good for us though, because it's moving more and more into daylight. We're within 1 hour of sunrise. That's actually fantastic. Our cameras are only going to get better and better from here. As the sun starts to come out, hopefully we actually see it burn off some of those clouds and some of that, some of the fog. It'd be awesome if our trackers actually start being able to focus in on the ship and get focus lock. Yeah, we're definitely. I expect an update from SpaceX at some point here that they're not hitting 7:30. The SpaceX stream has been delayed 30 minutes. That lines up with what we're seeing here. It definitely feels like they're not hitting that 7:30. Should we push our T clock, knowing that they're not in there yet? But I don't know if I want to arbitrarily set it. We could match the SpaceX stream, which is only on X. SpaceX does not have an official YouTube stream. Again, for the 90,000 of you watching, thank you first off. Hi, I'm Tim. Thank you for watching with me. If you see an official SpaceX stream on YouTube, it's not. There's so many scams and scammy, dishonest streams out there that are claiming to be SpaceX, that are likely just playing actually like the last launch and making it seem like it's today, and then trying to sell you some kind of Bitcoin thing. Please report them. Please do the community service and report them. Let's see here. Yeah, where is that? Okay.
SpaceX just reported 8:02 a.m. is the new liftoff time.
8:02 a.m. is, thank you, Capcom. 8:02 is the new liftoff time. So we will adjust our T0 clock to reflect that 8:02 liftoff time. Thank you guys so much for that update. New liftoff time, yep. 49 seconds ago. Thank you so much, Capcom. This is exactly...
You're welcome.
Mary Liz. Still in the voice of God, Mary Liz Shalinsky.
Well.
Capcom. Let's see here. So that lines up. So now you can see our clock reflecting T0 of 8:02 a.m. And that's yeah. So we have about 17 minutes until we start to see prop loading on the vehicle. So let's take the thermal down for now. We'll bring that back up and as we start to see stuff happening again. But for now, it's not the most exhilarating thing when there's nothing flowing on it. But later, that's going to be fantastic. Oh no, their boat. Don't tell me there's a wayward boat. Don't tell me there's a wayward boat. Oh man. Okay, let's see. I'll try to get... we're still trying to figure out if we can get comments on screen. We're still working on it. Don't know what happened. It worked last night. Don't you love that? This is from U.S. Army Retired. So grateful for your coverage from Indiana. Cannot travel to see it live. Thank you. You're so welcome. Retired. U.S. Army Retired for your super chat. I really appreciate that. Yeah, this is fantastic, though, that we at least still have a T0 time and that they didn't call it off for the day. Don't forget, they do have a launch window until 8:50. So if they're 8:02, that means they could push it back a couple more times or, potentially target the end of the launch window. By the way, our camera on the right, you're starting to see a little bit of just a hint of daylight. Just a small hint of daylight. I like that. You can just get a sense that, it's going to start getting brighter. It's almost as if the sun comes up at in a known predictable manner. This is mind-boggling. News for today, the sun continues to rise. Okay. Let's keep going here. Oh, no, more corn debate. We're not doing a corn debate. Let's see. This is Adam asking, "Hi Tim, why is the second stage landing in water with belly flop technique instead of pointy end up, simulating a chopstick catch?" That's honestly a great question. The only thing I can figure, and it hurts me to say this because that they, in theory, could probably load similar flight profiles to SN15, but I think the reality is they don't want to. It's this idea of they really care about how does this vehicle handle reentry. In their minds, they know they can land it after the belly flop. They've proven that. That's done. The big unknown and the biggest test for this entire flight profile right now is how does this vehicle handle reentry? Can it survive reentry? Until we know that, I just don't even think they're that worried. They know they can do the flip maneuver. They know they can do the belly flop to tail down landing that Starship is going to be famous for. And I just think they're kind of going, you know what? Let's make sure we can do the reentry thing before we even waste time in engineering assets, trying to, why would they load up and worry about all of that extra flight profile and software and all of that extra work if they don't even know for sure if it's going to reenter? If that's, I think for the next one, for sure, they would probably, most likely, if it survives reentry and looks good, yeah, I think they would load up the final landing. But for now, they're not recovering it anyway. What good is it doing? I get both sides of things. I get where you kind of say that's not a major milestone for this one because they've already done it. But I also get it's well, why not? Wouldn't you want to just test that if it survives reentry anyway? Why wouldn't you want that in the flight profile? I don't know. I'm on both sides of that coin personally. Yeah. From Everyday Space Nerd in our Discord asking, do I think the chopsticks will get sheared off of the tower on the first catch attempt? I don't think so, honestly. I think I have two my biggest concern with the chopsticks is that they have to be able to demonstrate movement after launch. So don't forget, launch is a pretty dramatic and high energy event, especially when it's the world's most powerful rocket. As we know, Starship is over twice as powerful as the Saturn V. Surprisingly, the launch pad does seem to be coming out pretty good after launch. However, how are those chopsticks going to survive launch? And then what will they look like, immediately after launch? Or they be in good enough condition to, close up and be prepared to catch the booster? So that's my biggest question. I think they're going to demonstrate, honestly, today or whenever this thing takes off. If it's not today, I genuinely do think the booster will do a very soft, very controlled splashdown with a landing burn. So, yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's a good point in Discord. That is a great hypothesis. I've never thought about this. One of the reasons they might not be doing the landing burn. This is a good speculation. I like this kind of speculation because it makes sense. The reason they might not be doing the landing burn is because they're transferring the propellant between the header tank and the main tank. So therefore, the header tanks are the landing tanks. So if they're just doing this as a demonstration, that's a $53 million contract with NASA to demonstrate cryogenic transfer between two tanks in space in zero-G. So they need to do that. They need to be able to do that to be able to demonstrate that they can do in space orbital fuel transfer. If they were to have to, for the milestone, transfer most of the landing fuel, just like, hey, we're going to drain this tank and put it all into the main tank. That would actually totally make sense. I'm willing to say that's probably the reason. Just from my personal gut feeling, yeah, that makes sense. People asking in chat, why was it delayed? We don't actually know exactly why. It could be weather. It could be wayward boat. We heard little reports of a wayward boat and the downrange. People I saw just saying they're asking what the Discord is. We do, of course, have we have a Discord for our Patreon supporters. So if you're a Patreon member, thank you so much. First off, hi and hello, Discord. It's been an awesome community. If you do want to join our incredible Discord community, patreon.com/everydayastronaut. As you can, SpaceX did say clearing a few boats. Oh, they actually did say that in the tweet. I did not realize it got delayed because of boats. That is why it was delayed. I didn't even read past the 802. So yeah, that's why they are trying to keep boats out of the keep out zone. But 802 is good because it is after sunrise. So our views will continue to improve here. Hopefully that clears out the sky more and more. That is, in my world, that's kind of a good thing. So, but yeah, awesome. So for all of you 100,000 people watching with us live, welcome. We are coming up in T-minus 1 hour from another exciting launch of Starship. You are seeing on the left-hand side our thermal camera. On the right-hand side is one of our 4K cameras. And these cameras are from now on are just going to continue to improve because sun is rising. You can actually start to see a little bit of color in the sky back there. And our cameras, we have a whole array of cameras and exciting views for you guys. Lots of fantastic tracking assets, really, really high-end tracking assets. So get your own mission controls going, guys. If if you're at home, get all of your screens out, pull up as many feeds as you can. Yes, is there?
This just in, SpaceX is reporting that they have a new liftoff time of 8:02 a.m. because the team is clearing a few boats from the keep out area in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yes, that's what our current T0 is, I think, right? Is 8:02. Yeah. Thank you, Capcom. Sorry, no, that is our current T0.
Coffee.
Yep, we are good. Thank you so much. Let's see. So yeah, back to we have all these awesome tracking assets. We will also be piping in portions of the SpaceX stream, especially at stage separation and things like that. We'll be keeping up to date with the SpaceX feed. So we're trying to provide for you guys a one-stop shop so you don't have to flip around. However, I highly recommend getting all your devices out for something like this. Pull up other feeds from Lab Padre and NASA Spaceflight. on X will be the official stream. SpaceX is not streaming to YouTube anymore. So we'll be integrating as many of those views in as we can, and mission control audio on air for you guys, so that you can kind of, and the hosted audio from SpaceX, so that you can join us, and we're trying to make this as easy as for you as humanly possible. But we will have some awesome views as our cameras, again, as daylight starts to happen more and more here, you will start seeing more and more of our awesome views. And hopefully as the fog starts clearing, even things like our North Beach night view, it gives you a decent sense here of whether or not if we can actually see from here, because we are north. That's okay. I mean, that's okay. Oh, but big vent there. Big vent. Wow. That vent is interesting, because that is indicative normally of prop load. Interesting. I mean, they have the T0 time. I wonder if there's a possibility they just load the vehicle and put it into... See, they have this hold that we've seen, and it's been the bane of our existence in the past, but it's a T-minus 40-second hold, and it just kind of sits there. That's a kind of the final bit of the terminal count. And for the last two, they've held it at that, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, go, and everyone's scrambling. There's a chance that if they feel good about the T0 time and everything's go for prop load, it almost feels like they're going for prop load a little early. Which I guess if you're all conditioned and ready to go for it, why not? I mean, you do lose propellant to boil off if it's sitting in the vehicle more than you would in the tank farm. But that does actually look like prop load already, guys. Wow. Interesting. So we're still going to be looking. Let's get that side-by-side pulled up again soon with a thermal camera and see if we'll start to actually see it loading on. I do like this north shot, though. That also gives me a sanity check of kind of what we're going to see from here, because that's far enough away that we get a sense of how much fog is between us and the rocket, although it could be even worse. So I'm trying to keep all eyes on all things here. It's now targeting, as of 42 seconds ago, Mary Liz, we are now targeting 8:10 a.m. to give the boats time to clear out of the keep out area. So we will move our clock 8 minutes again. Welcome to Spaceflight. If you are new to watching rockets, so now around the Cape and Vandenberg Space Force Base out in California, those two areas get so much traffic, spaceflight traffic, that a lot of the Marine, the boaters, and the airspace, they're used to closures often. Down here in South Texas, a lot of the people aren't used to this happening. It's not in there. Who, if you grew up around here, who checks for spaceflight missions, like on the regular, if you're out here on a boat or something. So it is still unusual. There's still people getting used to it. I have some empathy there, honestly. I understand where it's like, I don't know, why would I check the Marine notices? I was just doing my normal little fishing thing right here. I don't know. I have some empathy, especially there's a large area, a large bay where people can come in that's not like in the ocean. You can just drive out. We used to actually have cameras out there, and it's not the best patrolled always, so it is easy for a boat to accidentally be in there fishing or doing whatever and not even know that they're in an exclusion zone. Like, you'd really have no way of knowing. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Okay, let's keep going here. So housekeeping items again. Yeah, we are T-minus 1 hour, 5 minutes. Pretty exciting stuff. Look at our tracker, has a nice clear shot to the pad. Again, our views are getting brighter and brighter as the sun will begin to come up over the horizon, almost as if we're... Imagine if it was predictable and like we're on a globe, and I don't need to trigger the flat earthers. Dang it, what am I doing? Okay, yeah, so one more little housekeeping thing, guys. If you want to help support what we do, help us get even more cameras online and continue to build out our insane 4K infrastructure here, which has taken over the lives of way too many of us. I have roped in too many people into trying to make this happen today, and for all these launch attempts. There's a team. How many people are actually operating today? Is it 15? Around there, around 15 humans are on site and some remote too. We have 3 or 4 people remoting in. Are out here to help do this, which is just crazy. And many of those people are literally full time to build out the studio and fix stuff and work on things in between launches. Especially Andrew Keating and Ryan Shalinsky have literally been working since IFT2 7 days a week, like 10-hour, 12-hour, 15-hour days to make sure that we are continually upgrading. Oh, which view is where? Oh, cool. That is from the south. That gives you, that's actually that's clearer than I thought. But again, as sun rises here in about 30 minutes, that'll just get even more clear. That is awesome. Oh, and it seems to, that one is through Starlink, so that one isn't quite as, these are still, I know everyone wants to go all Starlink on all of our views, but it's hard to beat these. Mr. T has data galore right now. We were hitting 800 megabits per second yesterday, which is insane between our points of connection. Plenty for our 4K feeds. Let's see. This is from Suds asking, if you join Patreon, how long does it take to get Discord access? I'm so happy you exist, particularly since SpaceX has abandoned YouTube. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. It should more or less integrate you automatically. If you're in the right tier, it'll automatically, I think, link with your email through Patreon. So just make sure that you're using the same email as Patreon and Discord. Otherwise, it can kind of get messy. But it should be more or less instant. I don't know. It's been a while since I've had to do the integrations or anything because it's all been automatic. Yeah. Guys, I'm getting excited now. The sun's coming up. Do. Here comes the sun. Do. Not gonna do any more than that. Don't want the Beatles coming after me. All of them. Oh, look at that. The sky. I love that I'm getting excited about the sky getting brighter. Like, how simple am I that I'm like, wow, the sky is getting brighter in the morning from night. What a treat. But yeah, here we are. Anyway, if you guys want to help support the work we do here, one of the best ways is to check out our incredible merch store. We do have a new shirt. I'm wearing a new pointy end up, flamey and down shirt. Yeah, it is awesome. And we have a lot of new merch. Sorry, I'm running over my own cable. If you guys want to help support the work we do, we have some new things in the store. Actually, one of the coolest things is we have a new, check this out. I think this is bad luck to do, so don't tell anyone. But we do have a new umbrella. That is the inside of the cupola from the International Space Station. I mean, is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen? I don't know if you're familiar with the cupola, but come on. That is the coolest thing ever. everydayastronaut.com/shop. Get your own cupola umbrella. Get your own new shirts. We have Orbital t-shirt. Spencer, I don't know if you can pull up that right now if you're... It's, anyone that... I don't believe in curses, so too bad. We have some new shirts like our Orbital shirt. We have Mars hats back in stock. We have the ISS Cupola umbrella. And, of course, we've got our Falcon 9 model rocket. We also have new Methalox shirts and Hypergolic shirts and Methalox, everything. We've got a lot of heat shield stuff, including our heat shield color-changing mug, which mine is obviously cooled off enough now that it's no longer red. It's all just black. It's too cold to be red anymore. And we also have, by popular demand, we do have long sleeve button-ups now of our Raptor engine shirt and our Lunar Lander shirt, our two best sellers. Have little tiny Raptor engines on your own shirt. People were saying that short sleeves are too informal. I guess that's probably true. But then don't forget to check out our RUDS section. So we're clearing out. We have one of our best sellers, like our Formula One, our Formula One. Oh my God, our F1 shirt. The other F1, our F1 shirt. We've got a handful still in stock and Aerospec, but they are selling out. As you can see, like our OG full flow shirt is sold out. But you can get everything in the RUDS section is 50% off. We're clearing up some inventory, including things like our RS25 t-shirt. Things are selling out though, so if you guys want to get some of your favorites, don't forget there's multiple pages, by the way. There's page 2. I don't think anyone hardly makes it to page 2. We better start putting all the sold out stuff on like page 3 so that people see what is in stock on page 1. But including our youth stuff too. So if you want to get something for your little one, toddler, kid, whatever, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Shop around, look around. We got some cool stuff. And it makes everything we're doing here possible. So thank you to all of you who support us. And look at that. We've got tank farm activity. Look at this shot. These cameras are just going to keep getting better, my friends. Still can see kind of how noisy it is, but as daylight approaches, it's just going to get better and better. Actually, if you look with that camera all the way to the right, do we see the Gateway to Mars sign from there? I think we can, right? I feel like you can kind of almost see it glowing there on the right, some like fringing on the right. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm trying to figure out what that glow would be otherwise. Anyway, yay. We are, oh, look at that shot. Isn't that hilarious?
Yo,
I
kal giya neda?
High ISO and low ISO.
කල් දානවනේ අප්පා මේගොල්ලෝ. Procrastination.
Ooh, we might actually
University යන ළමයි අර
overlays working.
අපි assignment කල් දානවා වගේ තමයි මේගොල්ලෝ.
Do you want to do the honors, or I will? Let's. Here we go from Johnny P TBT. Oh, it's still not showing up on screen. I'm sorry. Saying there's 109,000 people watching, 106,000 watching right now. Only 16,000 likes. They're requesting a smash that like button. That is not from me. That is from Johnny P TBT. You don't want to disappoint Johnny P TBT, do you? The likes, honestly, I hate to be YouTuber-y about it, but honestly, the likes and the comments, all that stuff does really help the algorithm. Helps people come in and get ready. And we so we should start seeing some action here if prop loading is continuing on time, which who even knows at this point? I'm going to refresh the Twitter feed from SpaceX, make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah, our camera can see the SpaceX entrance sign. That is probably where that glow.
පාඩුවේ මේක යවන්න දෙන්න. බෝට්ටු දාන්න.
Starship. So, Alex, you got something?
Yeah, based on the time that we are right now, so we're for now we're targeting 8:10 a.m. Central. That was the last update from SpaceX. So they still have 4.
Me Muffy. Spongy. අඩු හිර වුණාද? මොකක්ද උනේ? What's going on? Let me care again.
Like what the cloud is actually, what kind of cloud it actually is. But depending on cloud cover, that's a violation of launch criteria and means that could scrap a launch. It depends a bit on the rocket. There are some rockets that
ඔව් මේ hazard zone එකේ බෝට්ටුවක් දාලා. ආතල් දෙන්න එපා මේ වෙලාවේ ආතල් දෙන්න එපා. මේ ලොකු කාර්යභාරයක් කරන වෙලාවේ මෙන්න මේ තියෙන්නේ මේ වගේ ගන්නන්නේ වෙන මේ ජෙට්ස් එකක් දුව. ඔහොම සීන් නැහැ බෝට්ටුව. වඩා තමයි මේ ගිය පාරත් බෝට්ටුවක් දැම්මා. ඔන්න වෙන්න තියලා. මෝඩයක්.
Space shuttle flight.
ඇවිල්ලා ගහලා ඉදන්නේ මෝඩයෝ කෑ.
Launch happening in front of you, and then it just went into the clouds, and that was it. So we are keeping an eye on fueling, which is the next big milestone here. We are still counting down to about 53 minutes or so. From some of the milestones of this mission, specifically what's going to happen with the booster and Starship. I know this is designed to be a fully reusable launch system from top to bottom, nothing thrown away. However, we're not ready for that yet. So what's going to happen with this stack in a few hours? Less than a few hours.
Yeah, so they are not there yet with the reusability. They're getting there, but not there yet. So for the booster will basically emulate a landing maneuver kinda. It will try to perform a boost back burn. It will not actually perform an entry burn because Super Heavy doesn't do that. But it will also perform then a landing or like I kind of want to call it almost braking burn instead of landing burn because it's not really landing. And then it will perform a soft water splashdown. The reason, of course, for that is that we, by the way, see some sky.
මේ OBS එකට live chat එක දාගන්න විදිහක් තියෙනවානේ මේ මගේ තිබ්බ එක දැන් නැහැනේ. දැන් මට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට message ගන්න තිබ්බා. කෝ අප්පා chat එක. ඒ දැනත් තිබ්බ මේක දාලා සිරාට මට මතකයි. කෝ බලමු. කොයක් T40 වල හෝල්ඩ් කරපු වෙලේ මට මතක නැහැ හරියට මේක නම් SpaceX live එක මොකද දන්නේ තාත්තා 4:50 4 අප්පා 5:37 5:37 කියනවා තව විනාඩි 20ක් විතර තියෙන්නේ අනේ අද ලෙක්චර්ස් යන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ යාළුවනේ ගෙදර මිනිස්සු මේක බලන් හිටියෝ මට ගහයි ඈ මු ක්ලාස් යන්නෙත් නැහැ රොකට් යවනවා බල බල ඉන්නවා කියලා අපේ අම්මා ෂුවර් කරන් මේ බලන් ඉන්නේ දැන් එයි කෝල් එක කොයාලුවනේ මේක මේ මම මොකද්ද කර හිටියේ මේකට මේක දාන එකනේ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න
let me see if I can do one. Yeah, I still cannot. I can highlight them, but they aren't popping up on screen, sadly. A night launch, the sun will come twice today.
YouTube live content.
I was looking forward to it. Someday I do want to see a night launch with Starship. I'm really excited to see that plume interaction between after stage separation between Starship and the booster. Doing a boost back burn with Methalox will be the most spectacular thing. It will look. There will be so many calls that there's a UFO in the sky. Guaranteed. People will freak out. They have no idea what they're seeing. But meanwhile, I will take daylight launches for now.
යාළුවනේ මම පැය 12:00 පිටිපස්සෙන් ඉන්නේ ඔයාලට. ඔයාලා ඉන්නේ හෙට. ඔයාලා අනාගතේ ඉන්නේ. මම ඉන්නේ අතීතේ. එතකොට වර්තමානයේ කොහොමද කියලා අහන්න එපා. ඒක පොඩ පැටලෙනවා. එතකොට මේ කොහරි ඔයාලා ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නේ. ලංකාව ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නේ ඇමරිකාවට වඩා. සෑහෙන ඉස්සරයි. පැය 12:00ක ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නේ. මම පාන්දර 3ට යාළුවනේ නැගිට්ටේ. මේ රොකට් එක නෙමෙයි. ඔයාලට උදේද කියලා. මට එලා 5:20 උදේ. යාළුවනේ අම්මඩ මේ කට්ටිය මෙතන ඇවිල්ලා මේ ඉන්නවා.
These are the shots that we've wanted to have for so long. That is Blaine.
යාළුවනේ ඔයා දැක්කද මේ ඉන්දියාවේ අර රොකට් එක ලොන්ච් කරද්දි මේ වෙනම ස්ටේඩියම් එකක් වගේ හදලා හෙන්න සෙට් එකක් ඉන්නවා කොඩි උස්සගෙන අම්බෝ එතනන් ඉන්නවා සෑහෙන සෙනගක් මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකක් වගේ නෙමේ එතන ඉන්නවා වෙන දහස් ගාණක් විතර ඉස්කෝලේ ළමයි ඇවිල්ලා හෙන්න කේස් එක හැබැයි මෙතනත් ඉන්නවනේ ඔයාලා දැක්කද මේ ගිය පාර වීඩියෝස් වගේ තිබ්බ ඇවිල්ලා හිටපු කට්ටියගේ මේ වෙන සෙට් එකක් ඉන්නවා මේ පාර මේ මොකද්ද දූපතේ නම සවුත් පැඩ් නේද මතකත් නෑ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න බා අමිති ඔව් සවුත් පැඩ් අයිලන්ඩ් එක තියෙන්නේ කිලෝමීටර් 8ක් ලොන්ච් පැඩ් එකේ ඉඳලා මෙච්චර ලොන්ච් පැඩ් එකක් තියෙන හේතුව තමයි ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ සයිස් එක සහ ඒකේ තාම අන්ප්‍රූවන් රොකට් එකක් ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් අන්ප්‍රූවන් රොකට් එක කියන්නේ කොයි වෙලේ පුපුරයිද දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ හින්දා මේ ටිකක් ඈතින් ලොන්ච් වීව් එක තියෙන්නේ මේ කත්තියලුනේ හිර වෙනවනේ.
That could be a good sign. We'd be likely behind. Nothing seems to have changed yet on the actual pad, but we are seeing, yep, there we go. We are seeing more activity at the tank farm again, which is indicative again that they might be going for prop load. So I'm guessing that tends to happen about an hour out. Yeah, we might be on for like an 8:20, awaiting further information from SpaceX. But yeah, thank you so much, Michael Klusterman. That is a very generous donation, $50. Thank you so much. I'm just glad that you guys are here watching with us. There we go. Thermal camera is giving you a sense.
ඔයාද හොඳටම පරක්කුයි. පරක්කු කියලා තමයි ක්ලාස් එකට අවිල්ලා තින්නේ. ආයෙ කල් ගියා? මොකක්ද ආයෙ කල් ගියේ?
Okay. We're seeing some activity. This is a good sign. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times with the prop loading. Shame on all of us, I guess. I have no idea. But hopefully we get a new tier 0 time.
Shit.
I think it'd be safe. You know, again, we're waiting for SpaceX to actually give us a new tier 0 time. But nope. They have not.
8යි 50 වෙනකල් launch window.
But it seems like we're this is looking like about 8:20. I think it pushed 10 minutes. I think we will likely be adding about 10 minutes to the T0 clock. So don't freak out when that happens. Not all is lost.
No, don't freak out.
Edward R asking infrastructure question. Are the distances involved for remote cameras that bad that you cannot use one of those point-to-point networking solutions? Keep up the good work. That's actually what we do. We have a lot of air fiber. We have a lot of what were we using before air fiber? We still use air fiber. But we also were using just what's it called? Nano beams and thingy beams and oh my god, 2.4 gigahertz. Someone help Andrew. Someone in my ear. Just tell me what the other air fiber is that we were using forever, and still have. Air Max? No. Power beams. There we go. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Power beam. I was just out here drowning in sweat and tears, forgetting what a power beam was. But yeah, we use different solutions for different applications. So Starlink is getting better to the point where we can use it for a 4K stream. The big problem with Starlink is that its upload speeds still aren't phenomenal. You know, we're getting roughly 20 to 30 megabits per second up, which is good. That is if it's stable, you know, if it's constant 20 or 30, we can push 4K feed through it. But the problem is when we can't do multiple cameras from there.
Hey Tim.
Yes.
This just in, we have a new T0 of 8:25 a.m. per SpaceX's tweet 12 seconds ago.
What was it?
8:25 a.m.
Okay, so we weren't that far off. Okay, that's great. 8:25. T-minus 1 hour. So we have about 7 more minutes until we see prop load beginning on the rocket. You can see the Starlink dishes in this shot here, guys. I love this. Now that it's getting brighter, we can actually see some stuff. Those little black box.
අද බැරි වෙයි වගේ කියලා. එහෙම කියන්න එපා. යාසුපවාදී කතා කියන්න එපා. අපි මේක සුපවාදීව කරමු මං කියන්නේ. අසුපවාදී විදිහට හිතන්න එපා. බලමු මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා. මේකේ මොකද්ද කියලා.
Yeah, so it will be until 50, right? So they have another 25 minutes in the window to be able to try, if they need it. Obviously, now they're going to propellant load. That will mean propellant load will begin on the ship in about 5.5 minutes from now, we'll see that frost and rise appear.
තව විනාඩි 58ක් තියෙනවා.
Some 5 minutes after that, so in about 10 minutes. Oh, there we go. That's the tower vent, as expected, and now
දැන්
it is in
පේනවා
that
යාළුවනේ.
waterfall mode that I was
හැබැයි
mentioning
ඒකත්
before.
හොඳයි මේ.
It's the first
ඒතකොට
time,
මේ පේනවා.
as I was mentioning earlier.
පේනවා සීන් එකනේ. ප්‍රොපලර් ලෝඩින් එක පටන් අරගෙන තියෙන දැන්.
That is more venting than we've seen. That is a very good sign. Likely about T-minus 5 minutes then until they actually begin loading liquid oxygen into Starship. So what they're doing right now, so they're purging, and liquid oxygen is obviously very cold. The pipes, however, are not at cryogenic temperatures at all times, obviously. So what you're actually seeing is gaseous oxygen.
ඉස්සෙල්ලා 20ක් විතර බලාගෙන හිටියා බා. දැන් මේ එපා වෙනවනේ මිනිස්සුන්ට උනත් මෙහෙම කල්දාදි මං අහන්නේ. මේ සෙලිබ්‍රිටි වෙලා නෙමෙයි. මේ ඇරිසෙට් ඉස්සර ඉඳලා ඉන්නවා ඒ කාලේ channel එක පටන් ගත්ත කාලේ Falcon 9 launches stream කරද්දි dial එක ඇවිල්ලා බලන් ඉන්නවා. Thank you boss.
Often turning it into a gas, the gas that we're familiar with. Most of us are probably most familiar with gas, with oxygen being a gas because we breathe it in. At minus 183 degrees Celsius, though, it turns into, I think that's about what it is. I always forget. I think it's about minus 183. It does turn into a liquid, and it densifies. It becomes almost 1,000 times more dense between a gas and a liquid. So that's why rockets use liquid propellant. They cool it down and densify it so that they can fit as much propellant, as much potential energy, really, as they can inside of a fixed volume. So if they were trying to use, let's say they wanted to use gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane inside the rocket, the tanks would need to be roughly 1,000 times bigger, which wouldn't be quite 1,000 times heavier because the relationship between volume and things like the circumference of the rocket and all that stuff, but it would be much heavier. So obviously that would take away from your payload. I don't think it's even possible to use, like, I don't even know if you could lift. I don't even know if you could run a rocket on gaseous things and get even anywhere near space. Like it just, the rocket equation would be so nasty for gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane that it would be horrible. Wow. All right, time for another. I think we got to do this about every 30 minutes. We're trying to purge the world of the fake spam and scam accounts. There's still tons of them. If you search right now on YouTube and say SpaceX or Starship, you will see about 10 or 20 scam.
Discord link එක pin කරලා තියෙනවා මේ chat එකේ කට්ටි set එක. පස්සේ කයියක් ගහමු.
People from getting scammed out of money, thinking that Elon's giving them Bitcoin or something for a rocket launch, which
අම්බෝ ඩියර් project එකේ වීඩියෝ ගනේ. සිරා කොච්චර ගොඩක් කාලෙකුත් නැහැ අවුරුද්දක් කමාරක් විතර තියෙන.
People then that are like, well, it blew up, and it just spreads misinformation. So, by the way, you can see a blimp there. That blimp is actually part of. I didn't realize that's only.
අද යවන්න නැහැ වගේ කියලා තියෙන. එහෙම කියන්න බෑ මචං මේ තාම මේ ප්‍රොපලර් ලෝඩින් කරන ගමනේ තියෙන එහෙම යවන්න නැත්නම් ප්‍රොපලර් ලෝඩ් කරන්න නැහැ මේ ප්‍රොපලර් ලෝඩ් කරද්දි මොකක් හරි ප්‍රෙෂර් සීන් එකක් හරි මොකක් හරි ඇවිල්ලා මේ කල් ගියොත් මොකක් හරි වෙයි මේ නැත්නම් මේ තාම කල් ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ මේ මම වීඩියෝ එකක් දැම්මනේ මේ අද අර සීන් එක ඒක Facebook එකේ දැම්මහම ඩයල් එකක් ඇවිල්ලා කමෙන්ට් කරලා තිබුණා මේ පත මොකද අමු බොරුවක් කියනවා ඇත්ත වගේ පේන්න හරි මොකක් හරි මගුලක් දාලා තිබ්බා මම බැලුවා හරි අද කෙලුණා තමයි මොකද්ද වන් කරලා තියෙන මෝඩ ඇඩ් එකකට කියලා ඩයල් එක ආයේ කමෙන්ට් හැරලා දාලා තිබ්බා මේ ඌ කියලා තිබ්බා මේ මම දන්නවා කවුද කියලා ඩයල් එක මේ ඊට පස්සේ කියලා තිබුණා මේ මොකද්ද මන්ද මගුලක් කියලා තිබුණා මේ ඒ හමු බොරුවක් කියන්නේ අර මේ එයා කියලා තිබුණේ අර දැන් මම ඒක කිව්වනේ මේ 17ක් මේවා කරලා තිබුණා මේ FA එකෙන් දැනුම් දීලා තිබුණා එහෙම කියලා මේ ඊට පස්සේ එයා කියනවා මේ 17 තිබ්බේ නෑලු ඒ කියන්නේ හයිඩ්‍රොලික් සිස්ටම් එක ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් TVs එකට මාරු කරන එක ඒ 17 ඒක තිබුණ නැහැ කියලා කියන්නේ මම බැලුවා උඩින් කමෙන්ට් එක දාලා තිබ්බේ අමු බොරුවක් කියනවා කියලා මං හිතුවා මේ තනිකරම මං කියලා තියෙන බොරුද කියලා. බයි ලොකු සීන් නෑ මේ ආයෙ මොකටද ඉතින් කියලා මං හිටියා. ආයෙ මක්කට.
Probably a lot more taxing on YouTube's end, but hey, come on. We are the only point to point from photon to your eyeball 4K stream available. So welcome. We are 5 miles or 8 kilometers away from this rocket right here in our.
ඊට පස්සේ කියලා තිබුණා මේ දැන් අර මම කිව්වනේ වීඩියෝ එකේ මේ හයිඩ්‍රොලික් සිස්ටම් එකෙන් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් TVC එකට මාරුනේ එන්ජින් ගාව ගිනි ගන්න එක වළක්වා ගන්න මේ එහෙමයි කියලා ඩයල් එක කිව්වා එහෙම බොරු කියන්න එපා එහෙම එකකට නෙමේ බර අඩු කරගන්න කම්ප්ලෙක්සිටි එක අඩු ඒකත් ඇත්ත මේ එයාලා මාර මලින් දයා ආපු වෙලෙත් ඇහුවේ මේ හයිඩ්‍රොලික් එකෙන් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් එකට මාරු වුනහම මේ ගිනි ගන්න එකේ මොකක් හරි සීන් එකක් වෙනවාද කියලා මං මේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ හෙව්ව විදිහට නම් තිබ්බේ ගිනි ගන්න එක වළක්ව ගන්න තමයි ගොඩක් මේ හයිඩ්‍රොලික් එකේ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් එකට මාරුනේ කියලා මේ මං ගණන් ගන්න නෑ මේ එහෙම සීන් නෑ නෙමේ මේ ඌ හැබැයි ඒක හොඳ ටිකක් කියලා තිබ්බා ඒක අර කියපු විදිය චාටර් ඉතින් අර එහෙම නෙමෙයිනේ කියන්නේ අබු බොරුවක් කිව්වා කියලා කිව්වහම මම බැලුවා ඉතින් එච්චර එහෙම ලොකු සීන් නැති තිබ්බේ නෑ බොරු කියලා නෑ මේ අනේ මන්ද ඉතින් අර මම ඉතින් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ මේ තිබ්බේ ඉතින් ඒ AI SpaceX එකේ වැඩ කරනවද දන්නේ නෑ සීන් එක දන්නේ නෑ මොකුත් කියන්නේ නෑ මම ඔයාලට
So we're just going to be looking for basically it'll start to look like a solid white line at Starship, pretty close to that condensation cloud, right around there. Currently, you know, the liquid or the gaseous oxygen is kind of blocking the visible light to there, but again, our thermal cam will actually probably start cutting through that once it gets cold enough. As the ship cools down, you'll actually start to see a line growing. Yeah, it's funny, the thermal cam is definitely working. However, the readout for the temperatures are way wrong. That is so funny. I'm glad that the thermal aspect
here tends to be like plus minus 5 minutes or so, I should say. It is good as a general indicator of whether we are on you know, progressing correctly or not, but not always an exact science on whether they, you know, all of the vents come out at an exact T0 on the count and things like that. That obviously only SpaceX knows, and that would be great to know. But obviously they have their own proprietary stuff, so we respect that, obviously.
And the system is evolving in each iteration here too. So the timeline might change a little bit. You know, the fueling time in which the time it takes to fuel this rocket up has dropped significantly, so they do have a little more flexibility.
I'm sorry, I have an update. Can we go to the wide view again?
Oh yeah, now the tower vent
because the tower vent has stopped, which means most likely Starship is in fueling for the third flight test.
All right, here we go. So this is it. They're committing.
That is definitely confirmation of that, and as you can see, there's still some remnants there.
What the fuck you said?
Venting like a little bit of a fume there, just very slightly, but that is to be expected. Obviously, there are some remnants there of that liquid oxygen, and boy, we're into.
So what we're going to be.
Yep.
So what we're going to be looking for now is that condensation and frost to develop, right?
SpaceX has.
And we have a confirmation. Yep. All right, so they are definitely loading prop, and we saw that first before they announced it. See that? So our team knows their stuff here. So and so what we're looking for now is that frost to build up on the outside of Starship.
Yep, the upper stage is now loading. Again, they start the liquid oxygen load first, and then the liquid methane load 2 minutes later. The first thing we would see is the frost ring at the bottom, close to the ship QD. You can see the ship QD there going from the tower to the ship. And right at that area, we will see a frost ring forming very, very soon. That's basically the area of interest right now, where we are having a close eye on, because that's the first frost ring that will appear on this vehicle. And it actually should appear any second now. That's at least my expectation. Like, usually this goes pretty fast. once they are going into fueling, this basically happens in minutes.
And
yeah, we'll just start
Alex,
seeing that frost soon.
Alex, what does this mean for the tiles on the outside? Because we're going to see the frost build up, obviously across the entire Starship. But you know, the top of the rocket, which is what's facing us here, which will be the top when it gets into. The top is just stainless steel essentially. We'll see the frost build up there. The temperature change on the surface of ship must impact how those tiles stay attached. Is that part of the
IF2 එකේදී hydraulic tank එක පිපුරුවද මතක නැහැ. මේ නදුන් ඉන්නවා නදුන්ට මතක ඇති නදුන් දාන්න chat එකේ මේ පිපුරුවද නැද්ද කියලා.
And then when you have the reentry, you have on one side the cold tank, and on the other side you have blazing hot plasma, right, heating up the tiles. So you don't only have a sort of gradient of temperature over time as you load that cold propellant, but also even in physical, in like the physical state of the tile. On one side is super cold, and on the other side is super heat up. So it is quite a complicated challenge in engineering wise, right? And so you know, everyone that thinks that, oh, why don't they do this? This is so simple, right? Well, maybe it is not as simple as you can imagine, right? This takes a lot of
temperatures, but you would actually also see the frost line and see it here with our thermal camera. I am surprised though that at this point,
how do I load it?
If our cameras were on the other side, the thermal tiles would actually, it might take a little bit longer for them to thermally conduct and match the temperatures. But you would actually also see the frost line and see it here with our thermal camera. I am surprised though that at this point, our stream, apparently we're having reports that our stream is dropping out.
ඒක තමයි මං කියු. මගේ අවුල
I don't know if anything.
මෙයාගේ ස්ට්‍රීම් එක ඩ්‍රොප් කළා. දැන් මට මගේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එක හොඳයි. මේ අර නදුන් දාලා තියෙනවා මේ ඒක පිපුරුවේ නැහැ ඊට පහලින් තියෙන එන්ජින් එක පිපුරුවේ කියලා. දැන් ඔන්න ඔය වචන අල්ලන් තමයි කෑ ගහන්නේ. කියන්නේ දැන් පිපුරුවා කිව්වහම අපි කියන්නේ නැහැ මේ එන්ජින් එකේ පහළ තියෙන එන්ජින් එකම මේ ඩෝන් ගාලා පුපුරලා ගියා කියලා. එහෙම නෙමෙයි අර එන්ජින් එක ගිනි අරගෙන අර ඒකේ ඔක්සිජන් ලීක් වෙලා එහෙම සීන් එකක් කියන්නේ අර ඒක අර දිග වැඩි කියන්නේ. එහෙම.
Let us know. We will. It's buffering for people still. Yeah, let us know if you guys in disc, 4 views without me talking. So if that's of interest of you and you want to continue your own mission control in your own house, being a supporter anywhere, we have a link. So if you support on YouTube as a subscriber, or as a member, Patreon supporter, or an ex-subscriber, we did
just kidding,
post a link to our clean feed. It's 4 different views. They just kind of stay up the whole time. So if you're one of those people with multiple monitors and you're trying to watch every single angle, you can add 4 more, and you can just hear. If you don't want to hear me talk, I totally get it, don't worry. I won't take offense to that. I'm here just watching with you guys, trying to keep you guys as up to date as possible. And I know they said prop load has begun, but I'm not seeing it on thermal. But we should be getting close to prop loading on the booster.
Right, when we're in the back, we are confirming that officially. Just like the last time when we said this is the indication that the ship load has started, and then they tweeted.
ෆොග් එක හොඳට වැඩි කියන එහෙම ලොකු කේස් එකකුත් නැහැ හැබැයි මේ වාට මේ සමහරට මේක පේනවා ඇති මේ වෙන්ට් එකේ මේ ෆොග් එක
and basically all the NOTAMs, the notice to earn missions, those are over mostly over the ocean, over the launch site. So Brownsville, unfortunately, is far enough away, at least, that it is not within that area, that zone. So those should be good to go. And frankly, probably Brownsville Airport, it's not a busy airport, but they're probably thankful that it doesn't cover their airport. Like another, and there we go. We just got the confirmation. Propellant load of Super Heavy Booster is underway. So
can we go to the ship? Can we go to the ship? Yeah, to the close up on the ship QD, please, if that's possible. I see a frost ring, I think.
Yep.
There it is.
There it is.
Liquid oxygen.
We get very excited about frost and venting here on on NSF because it is an indicator that things are moving in the right direction. So what's happening right now? Boosters getting fueled and shipped?
Yep.
Yes.
Both are being loaded.
බූස්ට් එකට ගහන්න පටන් ගත්තා යාළුවා.
Which is great news.
And Adrian, how long does it take to get the fuel in? Because that's obviously a factor here in making sure you hit the window.
It's an interesting because the OLM vent, and that's what Alex kind of hinted at, that these venting.
විනාඩි 43න් ගහන්න ඕනේ හැර නම් හිතන්නේ. විනාඩි 43ක් නේ තිබ්බේ. ඔව් විනාඩි 42යි.
Actually, where they would start booster propellant loading, because it stopped around 43, 44 minutes, but actually they don't start until 42. So if this time at the top is still correct, and I believe it is, they are now progressing still to this estimated T0, and it takes 53 minutes for the ship from basically propellant loading to T0, and they will start the boost at 42 minutes. So this is where we are right now. So both stages are now being loaded.
And even if they're not certain they can get off... Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was going to highlight what you said, Adrian, that it looks like they may have tweaked a bit here the start of these loadings on both vehicles. It is pretty much still what they have published, but just off by a few minutes here and there. And based on the previous, it's completely normal though that when based on the previous data and the previous flight, and there's also a new tank farm, right, with all of those new additions and things like that, that they tweak these things much closer to the liftoff, and so not unexpected to see this. We saw a similar thing with Flight 1 and Flight 2, where some of the timings did not correlate with what they had put on their website, mostly probably because again they try to go and tweak those things as just in the fly, not really because it's on the ground, but you know what I mean.
All right, and we are looking at Starship Flight 3 in fueling mode right now. So we are about 40 minutes from what SpaceX says is the T0 launch time. They still have some margin in the launch window here, which extended from 7 a.m. Central Time to about 8:50 a.m. Central Time, if I'm not mistaken, if my math is correct, 110 minutes. The fog you are seeing there is from fueling mostly. It was a very foggy morning. That fog has dissipated, but now we've got space fog generating from ship as it gets fueled. We've got super chilled fuels going in. We've got humid air. So just like a soda can, you're going to see ice building up and condensation all around. It's going to look pretty cool. There's a nice cloud on the ground that we saw from some drone shots on Ship 2 that we watched not too long ago. So that is what's happening. We are feeling pretty confident that SpaceX is going to try to push to launch here because they are fueling the rocket. It does take some time to do that. And Alex, we got an update?
Looks like the booster is already frosty. I see some frost lines. There you go. Thank you, operator.
There we go.
Some frost line on the methane tank. I'm mostly sure that the oxygen tank is also frosty. The problem is lower down in the booster sort of structure. There's all of the tank farm and everything in the way, so we'll probably have to wait a little bit more until that frost grows and be able to see that frost on the liquid oxygen tank. But most definitely probably already there. And also frost on the methane tank on the ship as well. You can see there frost on each of the tanks. So we have all of the 4 main tanks of Starship Super Heavy completely, well underway in that propellant load sequence. Frosty, and they're gonna get even more frosty as they get more and more propellant on board.
As they get further along. And this is something, by the way, that SpaceX has a lot of experience with now. Although they've only launched this stack 3 times, they have fueled these stacks many more times than that. So this is becoming part of, I don't want to say the routine, but it's becoming something that SpaceX has got a good understanding of, and they're really honing in the speed in which they can fuel and the reliability of the fueling process here. So we've noticed once they start going, they tend to be able to keep going there, given what they've seen. And Adrian, one of the things I've been thinking about here, we've been hosting the Countdown to Launch shows here live on NSF over the last week or two. We have not struggled to find things to talk about, because if I got you guys on, we can always find something to talk about. But it felt to me as though the run-up to this launch had far less uncertainty in it. It seemed like there's procedures in place now that are kind of getting locked in as to how this system operates. What are you seeing as an observer of this, insofar as SpaceX kind of focusing in now on the operational future of this rocket, where it's going from an experimental design to something that's going to become the design?
Yeah, obviously, like with every single launch, they will get a bit closer to where they want to go. There's not really one final design, but there's one design where they at least get to the point where they can load payload, they get to this operational phase. And with every single launch, we will now see, it's not this one-click launch. It's not, oh, we're doing 10 test launches, and the 11th suddenly will change everything. Every single launch from here on out is a iteration, and we saw this with the process. We actually talked about this earlier today, Alex. I remember that at some point they just said, oh yeah, we were targeting the 14th, and then that just kind of sticked. It like right. they just said yeah, we are going for on the 14th, and basically as soon as they said that, as soon as they got that, we had this really methodical approach to the 14th. And it seems they're getting there. They're understanding this vehicle more. Of course, we are still talking about the biggest rocket of all time, and there's uncertainties with this. This is still a huge endeavor to fuel this vehicle. We are talking about 5,000 tons of propellant. It's getting this ready is still a huge challenge. And also, to put this caveat here on, could still things be wrong today. Like, something could go wrong during fueling. We always talk about valves. Valves are a thing. It only needs one valve stuck and frozen, and suddenly you have a problem. So this is an enormous achievement that they get this down to this all methodical approach. And I'm really happy to observe this, because it's fantastic.
And Alex, about a week or two ago, we had the Vice President of Development from ULA, which is a competing commercial launch provider, talking about their new Vulcan rocket. And one of the things I had asked him was, that launch of their first rocket looked so normal, right? It looked like it was on brand for ULA. Like, their rockets seemed to look and operate in a very predictable manner. And this one, being the first launch, just kind of went just like all their other ones did. And he talked about all the testing that they did prior to launch, all the simulations that they run. SpaceX, Alex, is a very different process, right?
Yeah, they try to get what it's usually called in the industry the minimum viable product, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's sort of like, what else is needed to at least get the minimum available to do something, right? In this case, the something is get some data back, right? It is a really complex vehicle. Trying to develop this in a more traditional manner, where you spend long time to be able to analyze everything, that will take a huge amount of time, a huge amount of money. That time and money instead can be spent on doing some analysis. It's not like we didn't do any analysis, but helping those analysis by taking real life.
Vale, දැන් නම් පටන් ගන්නවා මේක. පටන් ගත්තා. පටන් ගත්තා. Zero views? ඒක තමයි. පොඩ ඇල අපට මේ පටන් ගත්තා
Hello and good morning. You're looking at a live view of Starship, the world's most powerful launch vehicle and by far the biggest flying object ever made. We're currently at T plus 31 minutes and 24 seconds awaiting our third flight test of Starship from Starbase Texas, or what we here at SpaceX like to call the Gateway to Mars. Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to be joining you from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Now it's just been 100... You can tell the crowd is already excited behind us. Now it's only been 117 days since our last Starship test. And for those of you following along, you'll know there's nothing more exciting, as you can hear, than to watch a developmental flight test.
That's absolutely right. Flight test days guarantee the maximum level of excitement, as you can hear behind us. And if it all goes well, Starship will lift off just about 30 minutes from now. We're hoping to surpass what we achieved in flight test number 2 back in November of last year. But regardless of today's outcome, the goal is to collect as much data as possible, and that'll help us get one step closer to a fully operational Starship. Now, Starship, which you see on your screen, is the latest and largest vehicle developed to date by SpaceX and in the world ever. Compared to Saturn V, the rocket that first took astronauts to the moon, Starship has more than twice the thrust, and with some upgrades that are planned for the future, it'll have 3 times the thrust.
Starship will allow us to fly the heaviest payloads ever flown, land humans on the moon again after more than a half century, and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before, even to Mars. But the most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable rocket, or what we like to call the 4 Rs, and we'll talk more about those later in the webcast. But before we dive into the details of today's test, let's recap the achievements of our last integrated flight test, Flight 2. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and, for the first time, completed a full duration burn during ascent. As you can see here, we saw amazing views of each Raptor engine burning during that ascent, which is something awesome because we don't get to see that with Falcon and its Merlin engines.
Now, next, Starship executed a successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6-second stage Raptor engines before the vehicle separated. This is the first time this technique has been done successfully with a vehicle of this size and scale.
Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully performed its flip maneuver and initiated the boost back burn. However, about 30 seconds into that burn, it experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or RUD. That's SpaceX speak for an exciting end to the booster's journey. The likely cause was determined to be filter blockage, where liquid oxygen is supplied to the engines. So we've upgraded hardware inside the oxygen tank to improve filtration capabilities in our boosters, including the one that's out on the pad today. Vehicle breakup occurred more than 3.5 minutes into the flight, about 90 kilometers over the Gulf of Mexico, so well away from people.
Now on Starship, the 6 second stage Raptor engines all started successfully at separation, and everything was going normally in the ship's climb to space until about 7 minutes into the flight, when we began a planned vent of excess liquid oxygen propellant. To simulate the mass of a payload and get future-focused data, the ship was loaded with extra propellant that we needed to get rid of or vent before re-entry. Once we started venting, though, a leak developed that caused fires, which eventually cut the connection between the flight computers on the ship, and that caused the 6 Raptor engines to shut down before we had finished the full burn. That was detected as a mission rule violation by the autonomous flight safety system, which triggered the flight termination system and led to vehicle breakup.
Starship's second flight test nearly completed its full duration burn. It ended at an altitude of about 150 kilometers and a velocity of 24,000 kilometers per hour, officially making it the first Starship to reach outer space. Like the booster, we've made upgrades to Starship's upper stage based on Flight 2 learnings, such as improved leak reduction, fire protection, and changing the operations to increase reliability.
Now, back at the launch site, the new water-cooled flame deflector and other pad upgrades performed as expected, so the pad required minimal post-launch rework. And that's a big reason why we are ready to fly again today. The ground support systems are designed for rapid turnaround of the launch pad between flights, and the improvements we've made ahead of Flight 3 are getting us closer to that goal. And that brings us to today's test. The test profile and the burn timeline are very similar to test number 2, with one major difference. This puts us on a steeper trajectory than past flights and lets us test capabilities that we'll need for the future, like lighting a Raptor in space while maximizing public safety. So let's take a closer look at the flight test profile. Now, about 26 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. About 3 minutes into the flight, Super Heavy's booster will separate from the ship in SpaceX's second ever attempt at a hot stage separation. That means it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster. The ship's engines will then remain lit for about 6 minutes during the ascent before entering a coast phase.
Next, the booster will perform a flip maneuver and execute a boost back burn, which, if you recall, is where Flight 2 Super Heavy experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly. We're hoping hardware upgrades made for this flight will get the booster closer to executing a landing burn in the Gulf of Mexico. In the meantime, Starship will coast for about 30 minutes at altitudes between 150 and 235 kilometers, and the ship will attempt to fire a single Raptor engine for our first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space. And from there, the ship will head toward its destination, splashdown location in the Indian Ocean. Again, if we get past a successful stage separation and a full ascent burn with the upper stage, it will be at an added altitude and trajectory below orbital, meaning Starship won't have to fire its Raptor engines for a deorbit burn, and it will naturally come back into the atmosphere no matter what.
Now, meanwhile, the Super Heavy is going to attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf. And while we are going to practice a landing, we aren't planning to recover any of the hardware from Super Heavy or the ship on this flight. Now, with the exception of Falcon, this is no different from what happens with most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after they complete their mission. Eventually, though, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships, just as we do with Falcon 9 and Heavy boosters, where we've recovered 283 to date. Starship's rapid reusability is key as we begin missions to the moon and beyond.
Even though recovery is not planned, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for, particularly with regard to the ship's temperatures during re-entry and how the heat shield will perform. The data that we gather today, of course, will help us continue to build a rapidly reusable Starship for the future. Now, much like our first 2 flight tests, today also still just a test. Our goal is to gather data to continue iterating and ultimately improve Starship.
That's exactly right. The primary goal for Flight 1 was to clear the pad, and we did that and got a lot of great data that helped us improve the vehicle and the pad infrastructure that you see today. The primary goal of Flight 2 was to get all the way to stage separation, which we did, and even got a little extra.
For Flight 3, we've added some ambitious tests highlighted by an attempt to transfer several tons of propellant between the tanks inside Starship itself, as well as the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space and the opening and closing of Starship's payload door. When Starship takes astronauts to the lunar surface as part of NASA's Artemis program, it will be refilled in space by a Starship tanker spacecraft before boosting itself into a lunar orbit, like you see here. Transferring a large amount of cryogenic liquid in space has never been done by anyone, ever. So, we'll be looking to get data on some of the fundamental physics in play here, like managing pressures, temperatures, propellant settling, all as we prepare for eventual ship-to-ship transfers. The ability to refill starships once in orbit will be critical for landing on the moon and is a key technology for enabling deep space exploration and ultimately flights to Mars.
Now, we're also attempting the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space, and we'll need that capability for future in-space maneuvers and deorbit burns. It's important to note that what we'll attempt today is not a burn required for Starship to re-enter on today's test. We are intentionally flying this new steeper trajectory so we can test things like engine relights without substantially changing where we expect to splash down. And if Starship manages to make it all the way to re-entry, we will collect valuable data on the vehicle as it flies through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. We expect it'll look something like this animation on your screen with the heat shield tiles facing down. We'll use the Earth's atmosphere to brake the vehicle and then get us into a controllable regime as we go towards splashdown. Now, we did validate Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds during our suborbital flights several years ago, and gathering data on the aspects like heating and vehicle control while we're traveling way faster will become...
Excited, also attempt to open and close Starship's payload door for the very first time, a capability that we'll need when Starship starts flying our next generation Starlink satellites. And there you can see an animation of what that will look like as the satellites are deployed one by one through a slot near the top of the spacecraft. So at this point in time, we are approaching T-minus 21 minutes until liftoff. Let's check in with Dan for a countdown update.
Hey, thanks, Kate. Hey, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt. Good morning. Welcome to Starbase. I'm coming to you from the Raptor's Nest, where I'm here with some of our flight controllers, also our Pad Red team. We're just behind the Mega Bay. Those are super heavy boosters right behind me, getting ready for the next 4 flights after this one. So we're looking to launch a lot this year. The countdown has been pretty clean so far. We're not tracking any issues that are gating us on the hardware side and the vehicle side from that on-time liftoff at 8:25 a.m. Central Time. That's our T0 right now. We primarily shifted later as we were just working to clear the range. The other big watch item today is going to be the winds. The
launch pad එක හදනවා මෙතන මෙයා කියන්නේ මේ fourth flight test එකෙන් පස්සේ සෑහෙන ටිකක් අපිට බලා ගන්න මේකෙන් පස්සේ සෑහෙන scene ටිකක් බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් පිටිපස්සේ booster ටික හැදෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ.
We're actively loading propellant on board the vehicle. You can see by the frost line starting to build up. Looks like we're about 80% on the ship main tanks right now and a little over 60% on the booster. Now, Starship uses liquid methane as its fuel, liquid oxygen as its oxidizer. Both of those get cooled down to...
Wind එක පැයට කිලෝමීටර් 33ක වේගෙන් තියෙනවා.
It looks a little bit different.
Weather එක go, range go, vehicle
took us
go.
about 90 minutes to load all of the prop on board, but since the second flight, we made some pretty significant upgrades to make that time shorter. We added some additional fuel and LOX pumps just to increase our capacity. We expanded the number of heat exchangers and installed a dedicated fill drain line for each stage, but they were sharing one before. Now they each have their own. That's just that main pathway to get the propellant to the vehicle. We're aiming for about 51 minutes for today's operation to fully load prop. We did that successfully on our wet dress rehearsal that we did recently. Eventually, though, we're trying to get that time down to about 40 minutes. Just for some context, that's about 5 minutes longer than we take on Falcon 9, but we're doing it with 10 times the amount of propellant. Now, the propellant load on ship started at about T-minus 53 minutes, booster right around T-minus 42 minutes. We are about to pause loading on the main tanks of ship, switch over to the header tanks, and then switch back to close out the main tanks. We're expecting all of the prop to be on ship at about T-minus 3 minutes 30 seconds, and then booster prop load ends at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, our final countdown and startup sequence is going to be the same as Flight 2. We already tested this on this booster when we did its static fire. Looking back for Flight 1, we lit those Raptor engines on the booster and lifted off about 6 seconds later. Flight 2, we reduced that time by almost 2 seconds. That just helps reduce the stress on the ground systems, improve the efficiency of the rocket. But right now, we're just about to pass 18 minutes away from launch. Winds, again, they're still looking a little bit marginal, so we'll keep an eye on those. We're not working any other technical issues, and the range is expected to be green. If we can't make our test today, we have backup launch opportunities in the coming days. Could be 24 to 48 hours, all just depends on how far we get into the count. So check back in with everybody in just a little bit. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to Kate and Shiva out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. The countdown is continuing to progress, so let's take a closer look at the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. Starship is comprised of two elements, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. Starship is capable of about twice the thrust of the Saturn V rocket, and with future engine upgrades, it will actually be 3 times more powerful.
Now, with those future improvements, that'll allow Starship to carry somewhere between 150 and 250 metric tons to orbit, depending on the configuration. For reference, Falcon 9's heaviest payload to date is just over 17 metric tons. So with Starship, we're talking about an order of magnitude greater in terms of payload capability to orbit. And that matters because the amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is critical to creating a self-sustaining city on Mars.
In terms of size, the Super Heavy booster alone stands about 71 meters or 233 feet tall and is about the same height as a fully integrated Falcon 9. The ship stands about 50 meters or 160 feet tall. Stacked together, the booster and the ship are by far taller than the Statue of Liberty, which stands at 305 feet tall with its base. Stacked together, Starship is 396 feet, so quite a bit taller there.
Now, Starship's first stage has a diameter that's about 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and we've got those 33 much larger Raptor engines, this great view of the launch mount looking up at those engines, and we need them to power through the Earth's atmosphere and gravity to deliver those massive cargo and payloads up to space. Moving up the rocket, Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, and that's as opposed to taking off and landing on a runway as aircraft do. And that's important because there are no runways on the Moon and Mars where we're going. The ship, which we're looking at now, features 6 Raptor engines. 3 of them are sea-level engines, 3 of them are vacuum engines. That means that those vacuum engines are optimized with a larger engine nozzle to operate in the vacuum of space and get us higher performance.
The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing. The body of Starship is also wrapped in a heat shield made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles. Those are designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. One of our test objectives today is to verify how Starship systems and thermal protection system tiles perform during reentry. And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which is critical for our newest separation technique, which we saw in action during Flight Test 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting first for our team. Hot staging had never been done before as part of a reusable space transportation system, let alone on a vehicle with the size and power of Starship. Now, at about liftoff plus 2.5 minutes, the booster shut down most of its 33 engines, leaving just 3 of them running. And then the ship simultaneously ignited all 6 of its engines. Some clamps separated, and the ship thrusted flight test of the heat shield, and we were able to gather a ton of valuable data about hot staging.
We maximize the vehicle's performance by leaving 3 first stage engines on, so gravity can't rob us of precious velocity, or at least not as much. Hot staging also helps to ensure the ship's liquid propellants are at the bottom of the propellant tanks, which is where we need them to be in order to quickly light the ship's engines. It also reduces risk at stage separation because it creates a passive staging system so that physics will be doing the work instead of mechanical parts pushing the 2 stages away from each other. Ultimately, hot staging could increase Starship's payload to orbit capacity by 10%, which directly translates to more payload and more people to the Moon and Mars.
Now, the first stop will be the Moon, and the SpaceX team has been hard at work proving out all of the systems necessary to make that possible. Critical systems for propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that you see here, which will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatches down to the lunar surface, are currently in development. And the data that we gather from each test flight helps inform their design. Here we've got a photo of some of the mock-up suits that are used to demonstrate the range of mobility that astronauts will be expected to have. And we were using these to do human factors demonstrations and figure out the layout of the elevator. So all awesome development work for a future moon mission.
Super cool. Now, SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. After those first expeditions, we'll be ready to fly more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. There's so much to look forward to. It's incredible that humans are finally going back to the moon.
You couldn't have said it better, Kate. And the moon is just the proving ground. It's just the start. When the time comes to make the leap to Mars, everything ramps up by orders of magnitude. The logistics of supporting an entire city on Mars are daunting and will require millions of pounds of cargo flown from Earth and spread out over thousands of launches.
And today's flight test is one more step toward that ultimate goal. We're currently at T minus 11 minutes, 47 seconds. Let's check in with Dan once again.
යාළුවනේ යවන්න බෑ කියලා බෝට් කරපු අයට රිදෙයි ඈ. මේක යවුවාම යවන්න බෑ කිව්වා කට්ටිය.
Just from down here at Starbase, we're not tracking any technical issues that are going to block us to a launch. Our T0 time still holding to 8:25 a.m. Central, so just about 11 and a half minutes from now. The real thing we're going to keep an eye on is the winds once we get there. We do have that potential hold at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out and either let winds die down, make sure we're in the right structural limits, everything like that. So don't be surprised if we do a hold at T-minus 40. We've done those on previous flights, but we are not tracking any technical issues. The range is going to be green for launch, so all that really great news. We're still loading propellant on the vehicle, on the ship.
Lunar Starship එකේ වීඩියෝ එකක් දාන්න ගියා. තාම මේ ඩීටේල්ස් නෑ ගැන ගොඩක් වීඩියෝ එකක් කරන් තරම් සීන් එකක් නෑ තාම.
They're about 85% full, and then booster, both fuel and LOX over 80%. So looking good there. The launch pad itself is getting ready for liftoff. We commanded the booster hold downs open already about 20 minutes ago or so. And then that just means that once that rocket has sufficient thrust to overcome its weight, your thrust to weight ratio goes over 1, it's going to lift off. We don't have a command to actually release the hold downs once it starts up. Just also a reminder, actual liftoff happens a few seconds after you see those engines ignite. So you'll see fire, and then a few seconds before Starship really starts to take to the skies. The range team just going to keep on making sure land, sea, air are all clear as we really count down. But that's the latest. We're just coming up on 10 minutes before launch. Everything looking good for Starship's third test flight. I'll toss it back to you guys in Hawthorne.
Great, thanks, Dan.
Set line හැමෝටම thank you. මාත් මගේ තනි රකින්න ආවට. මට තනියෙන් බලන්න කම්මැලි ඒකයි මම මේ live stream කරේ. ඒතකොට ඕගොල්ලොත් ඒ කතා කරගෙන රාත්‍රියේ බැලුවා. මේ ගිය පාරත් ඔයාගෙන් බැලුවා කියලා දෙනවා. thank you මචං. අනිත් ඊළඟ පාරත් ඊට පස්සේ හැම පාර වෙන්න මේකට. අපි බලමු. අපි මේක එපා වෙනකම් බලමු. ස්ටාර්වින්ග්වත් දාලා තිබ්බා. තාමවත් දාලා තිබ්බේ. මගේ ඩිග්‍රී එක ඉවරද කියලා අහලා දෙනවා. නෑ බ්‍රදර් මගේ ඩිග්‍රී එක ඉවර නෑ තාම. තාමනත් මන් දැන් ආවේ ඇයි මේක පරක් වුණේ පොඩි නෙමේ 4 පාරක් විතර පරක් වුණා එක පාරක් කර මේ මොකක් හරි සීන් එක පරක් වුණා ඊට පස්සේ අර බෝට්ටුවක් දාලා ආයෙ පරක් වුණා ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙ පරක් වුණා.
And that data informs future missions and gets us to that future where starships are being recovered and rapidly reflown.
Our teams are also working on the ground systems that will support rapid
1 million බලාගෙන ඉන්නවා.
When we start recovering Starship boosters, we'll want them to return to the launch site for a quicker turnaround, as you can see here depicted in this animation on your screen. This is when the tower reveals its dual purpose. After launch, the arms or the chopsticks on the tower will help guide the booster into position to ensure a soft landing. Now, if you're thinking that this
නදුන් කියනවා මගේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකට කියලා අප්පාට බාන්නකොත් මේ වෙලාවෙම කියලා කරගත්තේ.
Might recall a little film called The Karate Kid, where Mr. Miyagi famously taught the main character, Daniel, that if he could catch a fly with chopsticks, he could accomplish anything.
Now, today we do have 4 ships and 4 super heavy boosters built, with more coming off the production line as our Star Factory continues to grow. These vehicles are slated for future flight tests just like today's. And in fact, just this week, we static fired our next ship that's planning to fly and expect to test the booster as soon as the launch mount is free from today's flight test.
Now, as a reminder, today is still just a test. While we really hope to get our splashdown location in the Indian Ocean, but any data received will help us improve. It's the third of many future flight tests for Starship before it becomes fully operational.
And that's the goal of flight tests. They teach us about the limits of our design and improve our understanding of the vehicle, and ultimately help us make Starship more reliable and rapidly reusable. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise
සිරාවටනේ තින්නේ කියන්නේ මේකත් වෙන නෝමල් එක. ඊට පස්සේ අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? ඊට පස්සේ අපි මොකද කරන්නේ කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න බෑ. මේ chat එකේ දා. මේකත් නෝමල් වුණාට පස්සේ
We've done it with all of our major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. We believe that if you're not failing, you're not learning and improving the design.
Yeah, many of the innovations that we've developed have come from our failures, and they teach us how to avoid the perils of spaceflight. It's a tough business. But all of this testing, all of the iterative design allows us to make the design better and better to do some of the great accomplishments with reflight that we've had so far.
Exactly. One of the examples that we love to talk about is the Dragon capsule, like the one located behind Shiva and I here on the mezzanine. Originally, it was not designed to be reusable design. And then when we brought Dragon 2 online, we had to do a lot of
1.1 million බලාගෙන ඉන්නවා. මගේ ගණනේ මං Twitter X.
Reusable and also rapidly at a much rapid pace than they used to be.
Yeah. So, I mean, great learnings from our original Dragon to our new crew and cargo vehicles have directly improved the operations, and they've helped us change our understanding of what's possible when it comes to rocket and spacecraft reusability. Now, we're just under T-minus 6 minutes, so I think it's another good time to check in with Dan for the rest of terminal count. How are we looking, Dan?
Thanks, Shiva. We're looking good. 5 minutes, 35 seconds, and we're counting down. We are just about at closing the prop load sequences on booster and ship. Just a reminder, ship we're going to close out at around 3 minutes and 30 seconds, booster at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Once all of that prop is loaded on board, we'll have about 10 million pounds of propellant on both stages of Starship. Now, after that happens... our prop farm and the vehicles themselves.
Link එක මේ chat එකේ pin කරලා දෙනවා.
We'll get the final guidance system alignments, some final thrust vector control on the booster checks, and all that will be performed. And again, if we need to hold, we have a hold gate built in at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out. It sounds like today we'll have about 15 minutes to hold at T-minus 40 if we need to. If we hit that right now, it looks like the most likely reason would be winds. We're not tracking any technical issues to our T0 at 8:25, just about 4.5 minutes from now. So, I mean, everything's really looking good. the booster's almost at full frosty, so we'll see that close out in just a couple of minutes. But we're getting really close to flight, guys.
The excitement is definitely growing here in Hawthorne, SpaceX headquarters. There is a large crowd gathering. You might hear them cheering occasionally. Now, Dan mentioned a good point about the holds. We have an opportunity to today hold for a few minutes. And this is a really cool thing about Starship. And we don't have this opportunity with Falcon or Falcon Heavy. Up until the T-minus 40-second point, aborts are just holds. So anything that would trigger an abort prior to T-minus 40 seconds becomes a hold. So that's a really cool feature to allow the team to wait for final checkouts or assess prop levels, engines, avionics, vehicle pressurization. It's really helpful to ensure a liftoff.
Yeah, and that's something that is very different from Falcon. I'm sure people have watched our launches, and then we get right down past prop load and then have to scrub because of weather or scrub because of an issue on the vehicle. And we don't have the same constraints on our propellant and our system with Starship, which gives us more availability in the window. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the winds dip just enough where you can launch the rocket safely. And otherwise, if you didn't have that ability to hold a few minutes, you might miss that window and then have to recycle to another day.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of like today. Like we mentioned earlier, winds are the thing that we are watching, so good news there. So we are still continuing to progress. We're looking at liftoff in just under almost 2.5 minutes from now. Super exciting. Like we said before, there's nothing more exciting than watching a test flight for a developmental program, and that's where we're at today.
And like we talked about, we have some really ambitious goals for today's.
මේගොල්ලෝ කියන විදිහට T-40 seconds වලින් hold එකක් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ 15 minutes බලනවා කියලා තියෙනවා. මේ මොකද තත්ති කියලා මේ technical issues මුකුත් නෑලු. මේ හුලගේ සීන් එකක් තමයිලු මොකක් හරි හෝල්ඩ් කරන්න හරි මොකක් හරි වුණොත් මේ හෝල්ඩ් කරගෙන ඉන්නේ හුලගේ සීන් එකක් ඉඳලා ටෙක්නිකල් ඉෂුස් මොකුත් මේ පෙන්නන්නේ නෑලු.
We wanted to get through hot staging separation, and we did. So today we want to get even further than that and collect as much data as we possibly can. So with all that being said, we're going to check back in with Dan to take us through the final 2 minutes of terminal count.
All right, we are under 2 minutes away. We have closed out the prop load on the booster and on the ship. And we're starting to hear some good news that it looks like winds are not going to hold us up, so there's a good chance we blow right through that 40-second hold. So we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Just walking you through one last time, we're going to see the engines ignite about 4 seconds before we hit our T0. They're going to ignite in 3 different banks. You'll get 13 of the inners, 15 of the outers, and then the last 5 ignite just 2 minutes before T0. And then after that, the quick disconnect will retract. The engines will start to throttle up, and then we'll see liftoff about 1.5 seconds after T0. So we're under 1 minute away. Don't be shocked if we hold at 40 seconds before, but it sounds like the winds are cooperating
40 seconds
today.
hold
We'll be able to move right past that, not tracking any other technical issues that could hold us.
Proceeding past our QD vent gate.
What are you? Adu!
Through the QD vent gate, past the 40 second hold.
Go for launch.
He hold kari na.
Flight Director Ty Huntington telling the team we are go for launch. So 20 seconds to go. Let's listen in.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo, engine! Auto! One more! Fuck! Oh! Shit! Yo! Go! Ammadu!
30 seconds into flight, we are feeling the rumble. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited on the Super Heavy booster.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal. Acquisition of signal, Corpus Christi.
Continuing to get good call-outs. Our trajectory looking nominal. Systems looking nominal. Just amazing to see all 33 lit up once again.
Max Q there.
At this point, we've already passed through max Q, that maximum dynamic pressure.
Max Q.
And passing supersonic, so we're now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Getting
those onboard views from the cameras.
That's the view I want.
Now the next major milestone is going to be a hot staging maneuver. Again, we're going to be doing that in just about 90 seconds. To do that, we're going to shut down all but the 3 center Raptor engines on Super Heavy. That'll be our MECO, our most engines cut off.
Cool.
And then the clamps holding the 2 stages together are going to release. Starship second stage will ignite its engines, the RVACs first. The sea levels right after that. The sea level engines will be splayed or just kind of pointed out at about a 15-degree angle. So if you look close and we get good tracking, you might be able to see those center right after. And so those 6 engines will push Starship off of the booster. All right, counting down now. We're going to be coming up right at around the 3-minute mark on that hot stage.
Bro, look at this speed, man.
Again, we'll see the
5,000 kilometers per hour.
Engines start to shut down. You'll see all but 3 lights go out in the middle. And then we'll see the engines ignite on ship, pushing it away. And that will start carrying the ship into space. Booster will start to do its flip and then move into the boost back burn, setting it up for eventual splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Stage separation.
Aduh, Fatura. Aduh. Ih.
Hot staging confirmed.
Aduh, warna boosting ke?
Booster's now making its way back, seeing 6 engines ignited on ship. Kate, we got a Starship on its way to space and a booster on the way back to the Gulf.
Oh man, I need a moment to pick my jaw up from the floor because these views are just stunning. These are live views from Starship. First stage is currently performing the boost.
Avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
Good there, news informing us that the second stage or the ship, everything looking good, nominal there. First stage is currently performing the boost back burn, expecting that to last about 1 minute. That boost back burn, propels the booster back towards the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're only using the Super Heavy boosters, 13 center engines from here on out. As whenever they relight, you'll be able to see that in the left bottom corner. Those are the ones that can gimbal. In other words, they move and change direction in order to change the thrust to steer the first stage back to Earth. Wow, these are just incredible views coming to us. Everything is looking good for both the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen, or the Super Heavy booster, as well as on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Starship, or we also refer to that as the ship. Now, the boost back burn was the first of 2 burns required to return it to Earth. The next one will be the landing burn, where all 13 center engines will initially ignite and then transition into a 3-engine burn to help slow it down.
I mean, this is
just
an
as a
achievement,
reminder
bro.
of the stage 1 test objectives.
I mean, this is enough for me.
We're looking for controlled ascent, which we have so far. Stage separation,
I'm already
which,
done, man.
Gorgeous. We cruised right through it, as well as
on a nominal trajectory.
Good news there, telling us that the path that Starship is on is good. Now, Starship's second stage is still firing its engines, and as you heard, following planned flight path. The ship objectives, we're looking for hot staging. Again, cruised right through that. We're looking to demonstrate controlled ascent as well as orbital insertion. Now, the bottom right-hand corner of the screen shows the ship engine graphics, so be sure to keep an eye on those.
Yep, Kate, like this is just a phenomenal test so far. Super Heavy is performing beautifully today. It's on its return leg of the journey. Ship continuing to burn its 6 engines, those larger circles, the Raptor vacuum engines, the inner circles, the Raptor sea level engines. We're about 30 seconds away.
Under grid fields.
Under 30 seconds away from the start of the booster. Excuse me, the landing burn on the booster. You can see the grid fins rotating. Those hypersonic grid fins are guiding us through the atmosphere back towards our splashdown site. Again, we're going for a splashdown, a soft splashdown. So for landing burn, we're going to expect to see the 13 center engines rapidly bring down the booster's velocity, and then just in the center for splashdown. Let's see if that'll work. A few engines.
Oh shit! Oh,
And acquisition of signal. Let's see if we can get some other video of that. Now, this is a test objective today. It is still something that we're attempting to learn.
Sick, bro.
And to make it that far, to demonstrate the controlled re-entry up to that point is pretty darn good. Ship continuing to look nominal with its ascent burn. This burn lasting about 6 minutes total. And we're expecting that this burn will end just after T+8 minutes, about a minute from now. So far, though, I mean, congrats to the team. Making it this far is farther than we've gone on Flight 2. Just wonderful views and great engine performance from the vehicles.
Elon Musk.
So far, we've hit controlled ascent. We're in the middle of that right now. We demonstrated the hot staging. Kate, as you said, cruised through that. We demonstrated controlled entry of the booster. Just stopped a little short of the engine relay, but hey, that's something we can learn for the next one.
Yeah. Now that view that we just had moments ago was a live shot of Star Command. There you see it again. This is our mission control center at Starbase. Where vehicle operators are standing by. Now, the next milestone coming up is in less than a minute. At that point, ship will, or I'm sorry, actually it already has.
Starship engine cut off.
There we go. As you heard there by the call out and from the crowd behind us.
Starship orbital insertion.
Starship's 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down. We heard a call out for nominal orbital insertion, which is incredible. Look at these views, Dan.
Bro, this is sick, man.
I'm just completely blown away right now. What a day. Congratulations to the entire SpaceX team. I mean, this flight pretty much just started, but we're farther than we've ever been before. We've got a Starship not just in space, but on its coast phase into space. Just to recap where we've come, and it's only been 9.5 minutes. How has it only been 9.5 minutes? We lifted off right on time at 8:25 a.m. We didn't have to hold at our gate at all. We had 33 out of 33 Raptor engines open up and light and get us through a nominal ascent. Another successful hot stage. All 6 engines on the ship propelling us into orbit. We did see what looked like a nominal boost back burn. And then we did make it all the way to the landing burn this time. Didn't light all the engines that we expected, and we did lose the booster. We'll have to go through the data to figure out exactly what happened, obviously. So be on the lookout for information about that. But wow, a ship in space. We've got a bunch of, as we said, ambitious objectives ahead of us. Over the next couple of minutes and pretty much over the next hour, where we're going to really we've got the ship in space. We're now going to take advantage of this and try and learn as much as possible about some of the other systems, including that first ever Raptor relight in space. So it's just going to be incredible. So all of that still to come. The mission just started, but wow, what a liftoff! What a hot stage! What an amazing sight to see Starship there in outer space.
I can't believe we're seeing it in
Bro, I am speechless, bro. I'm just done for today.
About 30 minutes or so, we'll be back around the T plus 40 minute mark, and that'll be Starship continuing to coast, hit those ambitious test objectives, and then continue on to Reentry. We're not totally sure what video that we'll get, since that normally comes to us as we overfly ground stations, and we don't have a ton of those along our trajectory. But as we have video, we'll be sure to bring that to you.
Starlink may be able to bring us additional communication paths today that will allow us to talk to Starship through Reentry with no communications blackout period. It's a possibility, but either way, we will be live for all of today's milestones. And of course, when we do have views,
signal, Puerto Rico.
especially like the ones that we have now, which I just cannot get over. When we have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. But no views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes.
Pez door is opening.
And there we just heard call it that Pez door is opening, so that's great.
First test.
One of our test objectives today is to open and close that Pez door. That's where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future. So great news there that that test objective is already underway. So come back here, stick around till T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's deorbit burn demonstration, followed by its reentry and what is sure to be an exciting splashdown.
බලමු මේ මොකක්ද තත්ති කියලා.
We'll be looking to get data on
මේ
some of
මොකද්ද
the
මේ?
fundamental physics in play here, like managing pressures, temperatures, propellant settlement.
0G on a barely suborbital trajectory And it will.
Then the big test, Alex, is the entry. And what we're hoping for here is a re-entry to the atmosphere. No special flip maneuvers or anything. We're going to hit the ocean hard here, aren't we?
Exactly. So as you were mentioning before, we're definitely in that sort of trajectory where one way or another we are re-entering over the Indian Ocean with Starship. I believe they are currently in that coast base, in particular on the portion of the flight where they should be approaching the moment of the cryo transfer milestone. That is going to be an important milestone. So hopefully we get any news. Ooh, there we go. We have some views there. Is that the payload bay door opening? Ooh, look at that.
Look, is that look at that bottom there. What is that?
Is that a fuel
tank? I believe it's probably condensation from the inside, because they have these lines to the header tanks. The header tanks are on the nose cone, so this is from the inside of the nose cone. And obviously that was probably some leftover, but you can see some pieces, some floating pieces there. There are definitely microgravity there. Oh
9, 8, 7, 6.
Insane. This is like, okay. Can we already like? I'm already above expectations. Like,
oh yeah.
above expectations here.
Completely. I was like, hopefully they get similar to Flight 2. That would be cool. No, they just smashed it. They just smashed it.
I mean, it's probably too early to recap everything, but we saw a successful ascent of booster 10, hot staging, ship engine start, boost back burn start on the booster. The booster went through reentry, and it's been quite an amazing time. Obviously, the booster had a little bit of a trouble there with the landing burn. That is something that they obviously have to work through. That was the new thing here, right? That was a new thing to do with the boosters. Everything new that fails, well, they'll learn from it and do better next time. But there you can see the payload bay door is slowly opening, and we're getting another milestone ticked off. The ship is on that trajectory to the Indian Ocean.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're going to be doing that transfer of propellant from headers to the mains. I mean, that's a short recap, but it is nonetheless any little thing. It's quite an amazing step forward compared to Flight 2, and I guess we have cameras back.
And we are not done yet. That's the we are already talking about what an amazing step this is, and we are not done. Like,
right, there's more. But on the last flight, we saw the amazing, the launch and hot staging, and then 2 RUDs, and that was it. So we have more to talk about here, more coming down from Starship, and you can see us now too.
Bro, I'm speechless, man.
It's been an exciting morning. It's been actually fun watching the two of you on camera here as this is going up. And one of the things that I love about working with you all is just the excitement that we all share for this. And as you're watching, guys,
look at that.
Alex, it looked like it was, almost not a routine launch, but it almost looked kind of normal here, that everything just worked.
Yeah, I mean, boy, it's like the ascent portion worked just as expected. I'm mesmerized by these views, by the way. That's why I'm not looking directly at the camera. But you can see me grinning and looking at my own screen. I have here our feed. And boy, it is such an amazing view that we have. This is something, ever since Flight 1, I was like, please, flap cam with the Earth underneath, coasting at orbital velocity. That it is such an amazing thing that we finally are seeing this, and obviously ticking off more boxes in that long list of milestones. I'm almost losing my voice because I was muted when the liftoff happened, but I'm mostly sure that you, Lon, were seeing me yell out of my lungs basically here. I was yelling myself, 73 Raptor engines again!
That was the reason why I also was muted, Alex. Like, I knew I had to click this mute button because there was no control. There was absolutely the control that SpaceX demonstrated with this vehicle. Alex and I had that not at all.
I can hear you through your mute button, believe it or not. So it was definitely exciting here.
It was either yelling or the engine, sounds. I think the engine sounds are more cool.
Right. And it's still amazing to watch something that large take off. And we talked about the height earlier, but the diameter. We saw some interior shots earlier, almost 30 feet in diameter. So it's enormous.
It's enormous.
It is enormous.
I love that we're seeing it rotate here because that means they're using those vents. Also, I'm seeing new things. I'll probably talk about this afterwards because obviously.
Yeah, so I already can tell you this.
Yeah.
So this week's Starbase update. 2 things I can confirm. A, it's going to be long, and B, it's going to be written by at least 3 people. Because I know Alex has something to say about this, I know Ryan has something to say about this, and I have something to say about this. So it's going to be like, we did this one time where we just sat together in a VC and just wrote one script. And I can tell you, this week's Starbase update, that's going to be another one of these.
Just look at how the ship rolls. You got to think about, I was actually going to bring this up on the booster side of things. We saw the booster maneuvering without the engines running. What that means is that it's using its own vents as the thrusters. This is probably the first time that I see a vehicle, a rocket, using its own vents to maneuver through space and through microgravity environment. It's quite crazy, and we see the same now with the ship. The ship is maneuvering. It's like rolling on its side, probably preparing for whatever up next. I believe the next thing is the cryo transfer. Hopefully we get some updates from SpaceX. But boy, that is crazy, right? It's like a new way of maneuvering in space and things like that. You don't need pesky extra thrusters or anything like it. Just release some of your pressure on your tanks and whatever. All of those things are part of the things that they are demonstrating, right? Right now, obviously, they have loss of signal. They tend to have those as they probably switch between Starlink satellites, or the ship just goes in a bad orientation for that. But they also have ground stations, so we'll probably get those views as well once they get into ground station views as well. It's just mind-blowing, I should say. Sometimes I feel like like my scene is not show so much excitement, but sometimes it's like I can be very annoying when I'm very excited. So I don't want to feel annoying for the viewers out there. But
yeah, we are. It's always hard to find the right balance because hey, you want to be very factual and but then how can you just be factual if you see this?
Right. Yeah. It's there is something about I remember watching the space shuttle launch take off, and I was talking to a seasoned journalist there, and he had seen a million of these things, and he even after this one he went off, the latest one that I saw with him, he's like, it's almost like it's not even created by humans. It's just amazing. Like the amount of force and power and light and sound that come off of these things. Basically, a controlled explosion all the way up is remarkable. And now we've got pretty much a spacecraft operating now as a result of this launch. The only thing I wanted to point out while we're waiting for some news on the next stage of this flight, we expect another milestone, in about 15 minutes, I think, for reentry. But we did see that booster maneuver quite well up until it got into the thicker part of the atmosphere, and it looked like it was probably the flight terminated at that point. What did you guys see there?
Yeah, I think what I saw is that only one Raptor turned on. I need replays of this. This is
more than one, but yeah.
It looked to me like at least they didn't reach enough. I also saw the color green. I have to say, I for sure saw the color green, and that's never a good sign if you see a Raptor startup with the color green involved. That usually means you have some engine-rich. That's usually engine-rich combustion. What we can see.
Right, and we saw that on some of the test flights. Now, by the way, we're looking right now from our cameras at the launch complex. What does that look like to you, Alex?
It appears that they have started the demo for the cryogenic transfer, I believe. I think I heard that on the call-outs.
Okay,
but yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so the cryogenic transfer, before we go to the launch pad there, so That's a big test for NASA to demonstrate that they can move fuel in orbit on the system, right?
Yeah, and I actually, spoiler alert, I spoke with people at NASA about this sort of how hard and how challenging this is. If you think about it, this is in the microgravity environment. You have valves that need to open, pressure gradients, and all that stuff. Essentially, what you do in the ground, we know how to do that on the ground. There's gravity, right? But when you remove the gravity component, it's sort of the same thing as trying to orient yourself. When you remove that, we don't know how to orient ourselves until we actually learn about that. And how do you learn about how to transfer cryogenic propellants in space? Well, that is this test that they are doing right now. It is small compared to what you need to transfer in the future.
But you can scale it up.
Hang on. I just heard it looks like they have completed the test. It was quite quick, to be fair. Wow.
I want to point out, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if that makes other people nervous here, but I'm not sure if so far they have triggered a mishap investigation. The booster's a bit iffy. We will see if that triggers a mishap. Yeah. But if the mishap they have triggered so far, it might be small. So I think we have a good chance that so far they have not significantly triggered a mishap. Go ahead, Alex.
So the propellant transfer demo is complete, which is quite amazing. That means that is good news. And they should be preparing to close out that payload bay door. You can see there that feed from inside the nose cone, the payload bay. Hang on, I need to point my. Oh well, now it's gone. Whatever. But yeah, one of the complicated things about this is not just the transfer; it is also keeping it cold for long terms. And just to put this into perspective, this sort of thing of transferring cryogenics between vehicles in space, it has been tried before, but with quantities in like the single digit of kilograms. We're talking here single digit of tons. It is 3 orders of magnitude. It's 1,000 times more propellant being transferred here, cryogenic propellant, than what has been tried on previous missions. So this is quite a step forward. And in the future, instead of being single digits or 10 tons of propellant, it needs to be 1,200 tons, which is what the propellant load is on the ship. And in future versions of the ship, it will probably be even more. So that's a lot of more propellant that they need to transfer in the future. But if this is indeed a successful test, then we're
it's the first step.
Off all the boxes. It's kind of crazy.
And it is kind of crazy because, and you think about it, just having it still be a intact spacecraft at this point is far beyond where they were before. But they're also now meeting the milestones. The cargo bay door, we're waiting for confirmation on whether or not that has been closed properly. The fuel transfer looks like it is complete. And now the next step, of course, is there is closing.
Yeah, getting the updates here from SpaceX's.
I love the music they've chosen. We didn't get the usual space tunes that they they put up.
And we are. I think we are approaching now So there's one final thing that could go wrong here, right? That's the in-space relight of a Raptor. If that goes well in 12 minutes, I mean, then we are going for reentry. Like if they don't blow up the ship now with this. With this in-space relight, I'm feeling quite optimistic about it. Then they're going for reentry.
Every single Starship flight, I don't know if you guys feel the same, but it feels like what is going to be the milestone where they have a rod? I expected the booster, so the booster outcome is pretty much what I expected, that it will ace the boost back burn, it will probably go through reentry more or less unscathed, but perhaps towards the end of that entry, not the entry burn, the reentry, just that it will go through the reentry unscathed, and then perhaps towards the end it will probably have an issue. It's what we saw, and I just heard a call out that Raptor engine chill has started, so that is good because that means they're preparing for that relight of the Raptor engine. Remember, it takes about 19 minutes or so to relight, to chill down the engine. So we are at T plus 30 minutes, so it kind of makes sense because I think it is near 40 minutes or so into the flight. So we are on that path to that. So yeah, it's like when will this thing fail, right? When will ship 28 fail? So far, it's ticking down all the boxes, and frankly, it may go all the way to the ocean. Who knows? We'll figure that out.
That's what we're waiting for. Here's another great view from Starship right now at the T+30 minute mark, and it's a spaceship. And we're seeing so they're using these venting. Well, this looks like the engine
propellant
transfer
transfer
right?
complete.
That's what we're waiting on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. So that, but what we are seeing, there might be multiple things we are seeing. Sometimes they will also.
Propellant transfer කරාද?
Engine, and that's what they're probably
closely, it's because I'm looking at the. Ooh, look at that! All the frosty bits and coming out. We see a similar thing on the MVAC engine on Falcon 9. If you remember, when they chill down that engine, they have like this chunk of ice. Of ice, yeah. So that is very interesting. Really, you can see. I'm also focusing on the towels. There might be maybe one missing. It's super complicated to say, and that is a good news. Excuse me. That is good news because with ship 25, it was very easy to notice that tiles were missing. Right. Now it's like maybe here and there, like looking at the footage, it's like maybe one. Right? It's that kind of thing where, okay, maybe if it's like a couple of them, might still be good to go. That's what we're gonna figure that out, right? In just a few more minutes. Boy,
it's amazing to see. This iterative approach. It's really neat to see this iterative approach really paying off. And Adrian, what I'm watching here is something that I once heard about in the Space Shuttle program, which is called barbecue.
බලමු tweets මොනවද වෙන්නේ කියලා. මේ මොකක්ද මේ? TikTok නෙමෙයිනේ යන්නේ යන්න ඕනි. Tweet. Hot stage. How do we?
Checkout's complete. Doors closing.
දොරාරින සීන්නේ.
From Mexico.
State separation.
Nice. That's cool, man. Tell us about it කියලා තියෙනවා. මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ මීට කලින් මේ ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්න යන්නේ Starship එකේ header tank එකයි main tank header tank එකේ ඉඳලා main tank එකේ ඉඳලා header tank එකට හරි header tank එකේ හරි main tank එකට ඉඳලා හරි මේ ඒ දෙක අතර මේ propellant transfer කරන්න යන්නේ හුවමාරුවක් කරන්න යන්නේ. මොකද ඒක මේ කියන්නේ පෘථිවියේ වායු මේ ගුරුත්වය ඇතුළේ කරනවා වගේ නෙමෙයි අභ්‍යවකාශයේ ගුරුත්වය නැති හින්දා මේ අඩු හින්දා මේ ඒ වගේ ගුරුත්ව තත්වයක එච්චර ලොකු ප්‍රොපලන්ට් ප්‍රමාණයක් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර් කරලා නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ අර පොඩිව කරලා තියෙනවලු ඔය මේ රෂියන් ප්‍රෝග්‍රස් එකේ ඉඳලා මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ස්පේස් ස්ටේෂන් එකට එහෙම පොඩිව කරලා තියෙනවලු. හැබැයි මෙච්චර පරිමාණයකින් කරන්න යන පළවෙනි වතාව මේ කරලාලු. දැන් මේ නදුන් කියවේ කරලා කියලා. ඒක මට පේන්නේ නෑනේ. කොහෙද තියෙන propellant transfer කරාගේ? Starship has entered course phase. හරි coast propellant transfer demo complete. හරි. මේ තියෙන්නේ. ඔබ හරි.
Aerodynamic features are, needed to be able to re-enter through the atmosphere at the end of the day.
Stubby wings. And what we are seeing here right now is normal. It is, as you can see, what we space people like to call barbecuing, where it's just kind of like a rotisserie, just kind of spinning around. We don't know if that is for maneuverability or for thermal balancing, but it is not out of control. That's what it's supposed to do. And what we're waiting on next is the relight of the Raptor engine, which will, or I think a couple of them, which will slow it down so that it can re-enter the atmosphere. And the last stage of this test is to test those thermal tiles, because we haven't had a Starship yet get into orbit or close to orbit like this one is and re-enter the atmosphere in one piece. So the next stage here is to have it re-enter the atmosphere like it will in the future on its operational path and slam into the ocean in this particular instance, but later they will try to catch it with the same launch tower that sends it off into space here. So we will keep an eye on that engine chill as it finishes up here. And
I'm looking at the
Adrian, how much?
At the timelines that we have, we should just for like awareness, we should be less than 4 minutes from that relight. And go ahead, Adrian.
No, I'm just I'm just here.
And guys, let me ask you this, Adrian. This is the first time we've tested Starship and these stubby wings in lower altitudes, right? So we know how they'll perform lower. But we've never had a Starship get this high and actually have to simulate the entire return trip. Obviously, we're not going to try to have it's going to be a controlled belly flop in this case, but this is a big milestone for its maneuverability post-launch back in the atmosphere.
නෑ බූස්ට් එක කඩාගෙන වැටුණා නෙමෙයි.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
ඒක කොහොමත් soft land එකක් කරන්න තමයි තිබුණේ. හැබැයි ඒගොල්ලෝ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන විදිහට නෙමෙයි වගේ එක සිද්ධ වුණේ මොකක් කරේ මේ එන්ජින් අය රීග්නයිට් කරගන්න බැරි වුණා හරි මොකක් හරි කේස් එකක් ගියා වගේ මට තේරුණා. මට ඒක මීටරුන් නෑ වෙල. ඊට පස්සේ මේ අරගොල්ලෝ කිව්වා මේ බූස්ට් එකට මොකද උනේ කියලා තාම හොයාගෙන නැහැ කියලා.
I want to give, by the way, a quick hint here. The fact that we will probably sell out of the Flight 3 patch in minutes now. So if you want to grab one.
Through all of our ascent burns and collect as much data as possible, including a potential Starship entry. And we just came out of a coast phase and we're treated to a number of HD views thanks to Starlink, including the PES door open close test. So that was one of our test objectives today that we met. So that's awesome. It has been such a great day.
It has been a phenomenal test day. Just to see booster lifting a Starship to ascent, ship completing its ascent. Just wonderful.
මොහොතට කියන්නේ මේ Gulf of Mexico වලට වැටුනේ මයින්ද. තමයි මේ ලොකේට් කරලා තිබ්බ හෙට. මම දැන් ඒ හරියටම ගියාද කොහෙද?
Demonstrated a successful hot staging for the second time. Booster completed the boost back burn, didn't quite accomplish the landing burn, and then had a hard splashdown in the Gulf. Meanwhile, ship completely successful after the hot staging. We had a good 6-engine burn of the Raptor vacuum engines and sea level engines. And then we've commanded a number of demonstrations, including the Starlink satellite deploy demo, so the payload door, as well as a prop transfer demonstration. We do still need to do some data review on those. So as we get that data back, we'll be sure to update you on social for how those tests went. We are coming up on our next major milestones, which is an in-space relight of our Raptor engine for the first time, followed by...
මේක වෙලා තින් හරිද? hot staging එක complete. ඊට පස්සේ මොකද hot staging එකට පස්සේ ඒ කියන්නේ මේ engine ටික off කරන එකත් boost එකයි හරි. ඊට පස්සේ Starship එකේ engine ටික on කරන එකත් හරි. වෙලා නැති එකම දේ මේ boost එක අර boost එක දැන් අර මුහුදට ලඟ වෙද්දි slow කරන්න එපා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකට land wind burn එකක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ආයේ මේ මං හිතන්නේ අර මැද තියෙන මට මතක විදියට මැද තියෙන engines තුන ආයේ reignite කරනවා. ඒක රේග්නයිට් වෙලා නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒ හින්දා මේ අර සොෆ්ට් ලෑන්ඩින් එකක් කරනකොට හાર્ඩ් ස්ප්ලෑෂ් එකක් තමයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. කඩාගෙන වැටිලා මුහුදට. කොහොමත් මුහුදට තමයි කඩන් වැටෙන්නේ. හැබැයි අර හිතුවට වඩා අර ස්ලෝ කරගන්න බැරි වුණ හින්දා හයියෙන් කඩන් වැටිලා. එහෙම කේස් එකක් වෙලා තියෙනවා.
Through space. This is going to be really important anytime we want to do in-space maneuvers in the future, like eventual deorbit burns, any of our translunar injections that'll have Raptor engines firing back up. We may not do it. There is all of the guidance is loaded into Starship's computer itself, so if it doesn't see the values that it needs to, we could just skip the burn. So we are waiting to find out if that's going to happen or not. If it doesn't, as we said in the beginning, we're on a pretty steep trajectory that we are coming home no matter what, regardless of doing a burn. This was done just so we can really, we're in a trajectory that's really not super susceptible to delta V changes in velocity. If we were to do a burn, we've got a pretty concise footprint in the Indian Ocean that we're going to be targeting for splashdown today. It does sound like we are skipping past the on-orbit relight demo this time. Again, we'll confirm all of this through our post-flight data review, but it did sound like we did pass through that burn. So now that's going to start setting us up for reentry.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So coming up next around T plus 49 minutes is Starship re-entry. Now, this is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because they're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at or around orbital velocity, about 8 kilometers per second or roughly 5 miles per second. Super fast. Now, at those speeds, the spacecraft's interaction with the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so we're basically left with a brief communications blackout. Now, we might get some telemetry back through a connection to the tracking and data relay satellite system, also known as TDRS. But if the plasma doesn't entirely block it, that connection will be at a very slow data rate and definitely too slow for any video.
But that's why Starship and Starlink are a great partnership. Starship is so big that it will leave a wake or a hole in the plasma field as it flies through an atmosphere. You can think of a wake kind of like when you see a boat going through the ocean, it sort of leaves a trail behind it. There's some of those great views from Starlink giving us views of Starship's onboard video.
Starship sponsor Starlink.
Seeing these videos now, see through that plasma field by maintaining a continuous communication lock with the satellites on orbit through the wake that Starship leaves behind. Now, this is only the second time that we're testing Starlink during re-entry. So even though we do have these great visuals now, don't be surprised if we manage to get some signal hiccups through. We're still learning about what that wake will actually look like in practice and whether we're able to get that live continuous high-speed data during re-entry.
Yeah, that's right. And one of the really primary reasons we want to use Starlink is to just gather as much data as possible. It's been said the data is the payload on one of these flights, where we're putting this flight hardware in a real flight environment, trying to learn about it as much as possible. Re-entry is going to be a really critical phase of flight. We really want to know how the ship's going to perform, especially that heat shield, as we're going through the hypersonic re-entry. So if something were to go wrong during this re-entry, we want as many paths as possible to collect that information, that data, just to, again, just continually feed back into the Starship program to make each flight more reliable, more successful.
Acquisition single, Mauritius.
ඒගොල්ලෝ දැන් බලනවා හීල් ෂීල්ඩ් එකට මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ එහෙම කියලා මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ තාම ඒගොල්ලන්ට ෂුවර් නැහැ මේක.
Now, if Starship manages to make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on Starship flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, meaning more than 5, or at this point, will be more than 5 times the speed of sound.
G-flaps.
Now we're watching these live views, HD views by the looks of it, thanks to Starlink. You can see that the flaps there on the ship might be actuating. Certainly some incredible visions of planet Earth behind Starship. Now, we've already validated Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds. You might recall those suborbital flights from a few years ago, and we can see those flaps there. So getting data on aspects like heating and control while traveling way faster than we did before is going to be critical to eventually bringing Starships back from space for rapid reuse. So I mentioned those flaps. That's one of the things that enables Starship to help control itself and survive the heat of reentry, which, like we said before, we're expecting that reentry to occur around T plus 49 minutes. So we're getting pretty close here.
And what you're seeing here, it looks like the vehicle is sort of moving back and forth. Part of what you're also seeing is one of the cameras, this onboard view that we have, is on the end of a flap. Starship has front flaps and rear flaps in the vehicle. So we've got 4 of those. And, oh man, we can see the heating on those flaps as we're starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is where the Earth's atmosphere is doing the work to slow us down.
Like you said, this plasma field is, what a view. We hope to maintain these views throughout. Starship is so big that we're hoping that the plasma field doesn't entirely blanket the entire vehicle. Right now, it is not. The Starlinks are
still... brought to you by Starlink.
The Starlinks are still communicating and still capturing the data and the video that we see here. I mean, Shiva, this is just absolutely incredible views. We've never seen anything like this before. This is the biggest flying object ever in space.
Absolutely, Kate. And it's important to note, with the ascent burn that we did was to get us to orbital velocities, even though we were on a nearly orbital trajectory. So the heating and the loads that Starship is going through right now are what it would be getting if it were recovering from an orbital mission. And just the fact that we have views through entry, this is incredible.
Yeah. Again, this is the furthest and fastest Starship has ever flown. And you can definitely tell by the crowd here in Hawthorne.
The heat shield tiles doing their work. We talked about it earlier. Up to 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit that those heat shield tiles are dissipating as we are re-entering.
2,600 Fahrenheit, bro.
Yeah, now this was one of the critical, or rather the key mission objectives that we were hoping to hit today. We have never, like I said before, this is the fastest and furthest that Starship has ever flown. So this is the first time that we're getting to collect this re-entry data and understand how these 18,000 hexagonal heat shield tiles are working together to protect the belly of Starship as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. Once again, the atmosphere is doing us a big favor here by...
80 kilometers altitude.
The atmosphere is actually doing us a huge favor here by acting as a braking system for Starship as it re-enters the atmosphere.
And that's part of the reason why the flaps are so important. We're using the body of Starship and the drag from the atmosphere to slow us down from orbital speed. But you want the vehicle to remain stable. You want those heat shield tiles pointed down so they can absorb the heat of the Earth's atmosphere. And so that's the purpose that they are serving during the hypersonic phase and then again during the subsonic phase.
Absolutely. So like we said, these views are being provided by a couple Starlink terminals that are positioned on Starship itself. As that plasma builds, we're hoping that we can bring these views back to you, but you can see the telemetry there on the right-hand side of your screen. If you watch closely, you can see the speed decelerating. Again, that's the friction of the atmosphere resulting in this plasma field, or excuse me, the blanket that is potentially blocking the Starlink terminals right now. So we'll bring those views back to you if we get them. But right now, for those of you that have recently joined, Starship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. This is super exciting because it's the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
It's just absolutely incredible. Major test milestone, something we wanted to accomplish on Flight 2, getting to it today.
Yeah, orientation is nominal.
Awesome.
Now, we actually have some heat shields here. So these are what's doing all the work on Starship right now. There are 18,000 hexagonal heat shields like these. So this one that I have is flat, like this is what would be positioned on the flaps of Starship, whereas Shiva has something a little different.
Yeah, the one I have would be on the curved surfaces of Starship. I'll just put it in frame here. So we've got these attached at various points around the vehicle. Like you said, Kate, 18,000 of these tiles around, and they're doing the work to make sure that the structure of the vehicle doesn't carry all that thermal load.
Starship එක කෙලින් ගලා
we
තියෙන්නේ.
can recover the vehicles eventually and get to rapid reuse.
Starship එක වෙනවා.
They're really lightweight. They sound a little different than I would have expected them to, but they are ceramic, and these are what's helping Starship survive through this period of entry. We're not sure how far we're going to make it. Again, this is the furthest that we've gotten in our test flight, but the further we fly, the more data that we can get, and that's ultimately the measure of success here, which I mean, I think today has been a huge success given where we've gone and how much further we've gotten with both the booster and Starship itself.
And one of the beautiful things about Starlink on board the vehicle, we were getting that high-speed video. High-speed video is a very high data rate, and usually video comes...
Guys, look at that. I mean, they are promoting Starlink through this Starship launch.
Normally something we have to wait for until after splashdown when we get that data off the data recorders.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned before the flaps. Again, that the flaps are... protected by the flat heat shields like I have. There are 4 of those positioned on Starship, 2 at the forward end or the top end, and 2 at the bottom or aft end. And they operate independently to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude or positioning during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing at the intended location. So today we are intending to splash down in the Indian Ocean. And we're hoping that we can make it that far, but regardless, it is an exciting end to what has been an exciting day.
Absolutely, and I mean, we've had some tests in the past. We had suborbital
හැබැයි
campaigns
timeline එක
where
යනවා
we have
නේද?
tested out the aerodynamic
Altitude එක වෙනස්
flaps
වෙන්නේ
at subsonic speeds. So that's below the speed of sound. At hypersonic speeds, well, supersonic speeds first, so faster than the speed of sound, and then hypersonic speeds. So that's more than 5 times the speed of sound. The equations of motion change, how the vehicle responds changes. So going through that control phase where we're going from faster than the speed of sound to below the
ඒ
speed of
මචං
sound.
altitude එක මේකට
And
එන්නේ
that's actually a
නැත්තේ
great point because we
මේ
are expecting that
දැන්
entry
මේ
subsonic period to occur around.
ඒ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක රීඑන්ට්‍රි වෙනකොට අර ප්ලස්මා එකක් එනවා මේ එනවනේ කියන්නේ මේ උෂ්ණත්වයේ මාරු විදිහට වැඩි වෙලා එතකොට සිග්නල් බ්‍රේක් වෙනවා දැන් අර ඇල්ටිටියුඩ් ස්පීඩ් ඔක්කොම එන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ තියෙන ඩේටා වලින් ඒ ඩේටා වලට පෘථිවියට එන්න තියෙන සිග්නල් එක ස්ටාර්ලින්ක් මේ සිග්නල් එක මේ බ්‍රේක් වෙනවා අර ප්ලස්මා එක හින්දා ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සෙල්ලා එක කිව්වා මේ ඒක සිද්ධ වෙන්න තියෙනවා කියලා මේ මෙච්චර දුර හරි ආපු එක ගැන ඒගොල්ලෝ සතුටු වෙනවලු ඒ කියන්නේ මේ මේ වෙලාවේ සිග්නල් එක බ්ලැක් අවුට් වෙනවා අන්න ඒක තමයි
We started into peak heating, which was just a really big milestone.
ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙ රීඑන්ට්‍රි වුණාම තමයි ආයෙ ඩේටා ටික එන්න ගන්න.
Especially for something reusable.
අනිත් ඒ තමයි මේ අමතකෙන් කලින් කියන්නේ මේ කිව්වා ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ මේ කැමරා හයි කරලා තියෙන්නේ අර ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකේ ෆ්ලැප්ස් 4. ඒතකොට අර මේ කැමරා මූව් වෙන්නේ ෆ්ලැප්ස් මූව් වෙද්දි උඩ තියෙන. කැමරා 4ක් තියෙනවලු ෆ්ලැප්ස් 4ට. අර ෆ්ලැප්ස් වල කොනේ තමයිලු කැමරාව හයි කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට අර ෆ්ලැප්ස් මූව් වෙද්දි කැමරාවත් මූව් වෙනවා. අර අපි දැක්කේ අර හෙල වෙනවා වගේ එක.
On something like Dragon, which uses an ablative in the capsule shape. So they are these tiles that are made to be reusable. So any data we're getting on the actual temperatures it was seeing during heating, all of that is just really hugely valuable. Where Starship is really unique is, and Kate and Shiv have talked about it a couple of times, is once we're through this kind of hypersonic section and we get down to the subsonic. And that's where we really learned a lot and proved that Starship's really just its basic shape could work. And we did that during the suborbital campaign. Again, if you compare it to the shuttle, which entered, it had the wings. It had a similar heat shield system, but it had wings, and then was almost flown like a glider once it re-entered and was down to those subsonic speeds. With Starship, we're not doing that. We're just coming straight down. We'll hit terminal velocity, which with Starship is around 200 miles an hour. And then we use a flip maneuver to ignite those engines, do a landing burn, and then touch down on the ground. So you don't need a runway. We're doing that, again, designed because when we go to the moon, when we go to Mars, there's not going to be a runway there for us, and so that propulsive landing is going to be really important. This is an animation of pretty much what we were just watching.
මේවල් ප්‍රොපල්සිව් ලෑන්ඩ් එකක් කරනවාද? මම අර මගේ අද වීඩියෝ එකේ මම කිව්වා ප්‍රොපල්සිව් ලෑන්ඩ් එකක් කරන්න නැහැ කියලා. කරන්න නැහැ කියලා කිව්වේ.
Benefits of today's trajectory, actually, we got closer to what the heat profile will be on just a normal mission when you compare it to our previous flights, which were headed out to Hawaii.
ඒක තමයි ස්ටෑන්ඩ් බයි කැමරා කියන්නේ කැමරා හතරක් තියෙනවලු. මේ කැමරා හතරෙන් අපි එකයි ඉතින් ඔය බලන්නේ මේ කියන්නේ කැමරා හතරක් තියෙනවා.
Flight and we're not expecting Starship to survive the impact. We're not going to be recovering any of the hardware. For now, though, we are just still waiting to see if we're going to get some signal back. We're currently at a loss of signal with Starship. Don't know for sure what its status is, and so we're just continuing to listen in. But it was pretty incredible seeing the flaps really do their thing to maneuver the vehicle as it's moving through hypersonic. One of the big trade-offs between shuttle and Starship is
I don't want anymore
pretty heavy
from this Starship.
So if we can really demonstrate that Starship's controllable through that hypersonic regime when you're coming through the
I couldn't resist.
25 times the speed of sound, you can save a whole lot of weight by not having really big wings. So super valuable to get this data, super valuable to then figure out what we're going to do on our next test flights.
Yeah, and you'd brought up a really interesting point too, that for on shuttle, you are gliding in, going back to a runway. On Starship, because we're landing vertically, we are basically coming down, and then we've seen this during the suborbital campaign. We're not going to see it today, but during the suborbital campaign, we did the flip maneuver and then light our engines for a landing burn. And that's
ඔව් දැන් මේ බ්ලැක් අවුට් කරා කියන්නේ මේ දැන් බ්ලැක් අවුට් පීරියඩ් එකේ ඉන්නේ මේ රොකට් මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ කිසිම සිග්නල් එකක් අපිට මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එකෙන් මේ මිෂන් කන්ට්‍රෝල් එකට එන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද මේ දැන් අර මේ ස්ටාර්ෂිප් මේක තියෙන්නේ රීඑන්ට්‍රි වෙන ගමන් වායුගෝලයට ඇතුළු වෙන ගමන් තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට අර ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක මතු පිට හැදෙන ප්ලාස්මා එක හින්දා සිග්නල් එක බ්‍රේක් වෙනවා. සිග්නල් එක බ්‍රේක් වුණාම මිෂන් කන්ට්‍රෝල් එකට සිග්නල් එන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් ඒකයි ඔය ස්පීඩ් එකයි ඇල්ටිටියුඩ් එකයි මේ හිර වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොකද ස්ටාර්ෂිප් එක දැන් තියනවද කියලාවත් මම හිතන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ නැද්ද කොහෙද?
ultimately where we're trying to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hope to demonstrate that landing in future missions. That wasn't one of our objectives for today. We wanted the ship to focus on opening and closing, the first demonstration of opening and closing the PES door, which is where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future, as well as gathering data on how the heat shield tiles performed during the entry period. And so far, all of that has gone really well. So overall, it's been pretty great, and it's great to see how those initial tests that we performed a couple years ago for those high altitude tests allow us to see what those will look like in the future. But this piece that we're doing today of, okay, if we are coming back from orbital velocity and we're going through that entry period, that is the missing piece, right? We already figured out how to land once the ship gets to a certain velocity or altitude, and it's really this piece that we were trying to figure out today. How do we get Starship to survive orbital velocity atmospheric entry? And we hope to find out soon.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about rapid iteration and how we do design. Part of our philosophy is testing early and often and trying to test in a way that is as flight-like as possible.
ඒකන් මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නෙත් නැහැ මේ මම දන්නේ කියන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නෙත් නැහැ මේ re-entry කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා.
Exactly, in a laboratory. So there's nothing quite like when the heat shield tile hits the atmosphere in flight to gather that wonderful data and prove out some of the analyses and probably teach us a bunch of things that we didn't quite get right.
For sure. And obviously for those of you that have been watching along with us, those were incredible views to see of that entry period where we saw
engineers
generating because of friction as
ඊළඟ ෆ්ලයිට් එකට වැඩ
Starship was making contact
අරක තාම ඉවරද අර පේනවද අර අතන පිටිපස්සේ මොකක් හරි සීන් එකක් කරනවා
we believe that we're in a blackout period at the moment. We're expecting the vehicle, if it's still alive, we would be expecting the vehicle to be approaching subsonic or slower than the speed of sound speeds in 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes from now. So if it's still up there in one piece, it still has a way to go. We're not there just yet. But we saw that plasma field building up around the exterior, which can blanket the entire vehicle as it does with all of our Dragon missions.
දැන් මචං හෙට එනවා YouTube එකට වීඩියෝ ටික වැටෙනවා. ටයිටල් එක
with Dragon missions.
ඉහළ අහසේදී අතුරුදහන් වූ Starship එක.
We are hearing through some of the telemetry that we did. It did look like we lost Starlink and our TDRS data flow at the exact same time. Now, if both of those signals are cutting out at the exact same time, that could mean we lost the ship. It has been several minutes since we've gotten any data from Starship. We are waiting just a couple more minutes just to see if we can get any additional confirmation, but that is one data point that we're tracking, and that could indicate that we had a loss or a breakup of the ship during that reentry. So might not make it all the way to splashdown today, but we were able to get through the early phases of reentry, hit some of that peak heating, which was just really incredible to see a Starship coming back.
දැන් මං ඊළඟට හදන වීඩියෝ එක කොහොමද දන්නවද දැන් ටයිටල් එක? සාර්ථක ලෙස දියත් කළ Starship rocket එක පිටසක් කළ ජීවීන් විසින් ඉහළ අහසේදී උස්සයි කියලා දානවා.
Days. So again, we did lose the TDRS. That's the tracking and data relay satellite. That's the satellite system that pretty much every spacecraft operating in orbit right now will use to get data. We were able to get some signal through that, and then we were also getting data back through Starlink.
Live view here of mission control down at Starbase. So these are all the folks who are experts on the various different systems, taking a look at the live data that we did have. Probably in mission mode still, but
absolutely.
It would be so tough to stay focused with what an exciting day we've had today.
මේගොල්ලොන්ට මේක ඉවරයක් කරන්නත් බෑ මේ.
Not dead yet. We don't know.
මොනම data එකක්වත් ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ තාම. ඒ කියන්නේ
connection with TDRS, which is the tracking and data relay satellite
Starship
system,
තියනවද කියලාද
and
දන්නේ.
Starlink at the same time. So it is a realistic possibility that we lost Starship, which
ඒක තමයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මොනම data එකක්වත් එන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම කියන්නත් බෑ. මොකද සිග්නල් එන ඔක්කොම avionics ටික විතරක් කැඩිලා ඒ කියන්නේ Starship එක තියනවද දන්නේ නැහැ.
And so
හැබැයි possibility එක ගොඩක් අඩුයි.
lose the vehicle and we are not able to make it all the way to our intended splashdown.
possibility ගොඩක් අඩුයි. එහෙමනම් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි කියන්නත් බෑ ඉතින්. ඒ කියන්නේ signal එක එන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි Starship එක තියනවා ඉතින්.
The Starship, we weren't intending to recover
මෙලොවම
either
signal
of
එකක් ඇවිල්ලා
them. They
නැහැ
were both going to basically hit at terminal velocity and break up upon contact with the surface of the ocean. So we're standing by to hear whether or not we are going to be able to get telemetry readings back, but we are possibly anticipating news that we lost Starship due to basically a double blackout from TDRS and Starship, or excuse me, Starship data at the same time.
But this is, it's worth mentioning, this is the first time that we have come back at these speeds in any of the test flights that we've done so far with Starship. So we are trying to prove out that the heat shield works as intended, that the controlability at those hypersonic speeds works as intended. So if we were to get any data on that, that means the next version, what happens on flight 4, 5, 6, is going to be better.
We must be able to get some because we saw incredibly gorgeous high definition views of that entry period whenever it was initially starting. So we must have gotten some data
today
there.
has been otherwise a phenomenal day.
Incredible.
Liftoff on time, full ignition of all of the boosters, engines, successful hot staging, and then ship took it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to see the ship actually make it further as well as the booster. We were
land එකේ ඉඳන් බලන්න බැරිද කියලා අහනවා.
perform a soft water landing, but we lost it during just before it was able to ignite the landing burn. But the ship continued on. We saw all six Raptor engines on the ship ignite and then shut down for second engine cutoff. And we saw some amazing views as well. And it's just been certainly a day that I will be taking many screenshots and using them as my computer desktop background for, well, until
Muffin
the next,
නිවරද
Starship
මෆින්
launch.
When we get even better views, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And we also hit a number of our other ambitious test objectives. We had a chance to at least initiate the commands for a propellant transfer demo within the vehicle. This is something that Starship's going to have to do in the future. And
වායුගෝලයට
these
නිරාවරණය
sort of
වෙලා තිබ්බනේ
transfers
ගොඩක් කරා.
haven't been done at this scale before, so that's a first as well. We also were able to demonstrate that the payload door
Yeah. And we got to see
functions.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so those commands were sent. Again, data review to come and make sure that everything performed as expected. But that's going to be critical to deploying payloads in the future once Starship becomes operational. So a number of test objectives hit, much more accomplished than Flight 2, and making steady progress towards a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable Starship.
And hey, Kate, and hey, Shiva, we were just hearing on the loops, we are making the call now that we have lost Ship 28. So, as we were possibly expecting, we lost the data a couple of minutes ago. We haven't heard from the ship up until this point, and so the team has made the call that
Super
ship
flight
has been lost. So
it is
no
super journey
today.
That's super interesting.
Again, just it's incredible to see how much further we got this time around. We had a couple of those ambitious objectives that you guys were just walking
Facebook
through.
පැත්තට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන දැන් දානවා දිගට වීඩියෝ දානවා.
While Starship was in outer space
මේක මේ
flying
මම ඔයාලත් මේක ඉන්න ගමන්
for the very first time.
thumbnail එන මේ
just really incredible. Obviously,
මේක
there's a
අදලා
lot to
වීඩියෝ
go
එක
through.
එඩිට් කරලා Facebook එකටත්
Everyone
දානවා.
always wants to know
ස්ට්‍රීම්
right
එකේ
off
ඉන්න
the
ගමන්.
bat what happened. Takes us a little bit of time. But I can assure you, as soon as we start finding things out, we're going to let everybody know. And I know everybody's going to be excited for the next one. I mean, as I pointed out at the beginning, there's 4 super heavy boosters either fully stacked or getting stacked right behind me. We've got other ships ready to go as well. So it's going to be a really busy time down here at Starbase as we look to really fly Starship as much as possible, get this vehicle ready to go for all the important things it's got to go do.
And with that, we got to say a huge congratulations to our teammates and everyone who's supported the Starship program. There's been flames and reds along the way, but third time's the charm, and we made it to
SpaceX
space.
team.
We also a big thanks to all of our customers for your support, and we want to give a big thanks to the people of Cameron County, Texas, for their support, as well as the Coast Guard and the Federal Aviation Administration.
Be sure to follow the SpaceX account on X for more updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests. But before we go, we want to wish SpaceX a very happy birthday. The company was founded on this day in 2002 when it basically consisted of this small team, a carpet and a mariachi band. I don't know about you, but we're feeling 22. Also, it's Pi Day.
Yeah, but I mean, Pi Day's constant, so isn't, shouldn't every day be Pi Day from now on?
I mean, that's a really good point, and I think after a test like today's, we all deserve some pie.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Aduh, nice ending ba. Aduh, අන්න ඒවයි මචං end කරන්න. එහෙනම් guys අපිත් එහෙන shape එක කැපෙමුනේ. ගොඩක් කියලා හිටියා. ආපු හැමෝටම thank you. මේ thank you කියලා තමයි කියන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මට කම්මැලිකම හිටියේ. තනියෙන් බලන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ ආවා. ඕගොල්ලෝ හිටියා දිගටම. Thank you so much. එහෙනම් respect